chair.
That'd be nice if you could hold up a chair. There was a mistake in the title.
No, I just heard there's written Yoga Nidra.
Yeah, but that's a mistake.
It's a mistake.
I told Vikram 3 times, but he just...
Ganz hinten, so she will be back there. Here will be, sorry, in the center, ich kann ja Deutsch reden. In der Mitte sind dann die Referenten. Und außen, bitte?
Auch mit Stühlen?
Nee, Kissen.
Okay.
Kissen.
Put 3 chairs.
Everybody on chair?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay, also alle auf dem Stuhl.
Okay.
Yeah, I will sit on a chair too. It's good in between, so all the days sitting here on stage are like.
If we give some relief to the knees.
Allora, maybe you can just write down very clearly the right topic. Okay? So 5 Stühle brauchst du dann.
5 insgesamt?
5. 3 Vortragende, Chairwoman und... Ja, ich habe sie auch beim Mittagessen bekommen und heute Morgen. Heute Morgen.
Ich glaube, das kam auch die falsche Zeit. Ich habe jetzt mal die Dokumenten eingetragen.
Habe ich mit denen auch so besprochen. Also ich bin gerade weiß und Professor Jayaraman habe ich auch. Beim Essen haben wir das geklärt.
Super, ja, viel Spaß.
Also sollte er... Ich glaube, der ist klar, der weiß was.
Insgesamt 5 Stühle. Ja. 5 Stühle, ja.
Können wir mal dein Handy zeigen, wie spät es ist? Den mal vergleichen.
Ja. Angeblich nach Braunschweiger als Uhr gestellt. Schauen wir mal.
Ja,
So. Nidra, an exploration into the content of consciousness. Yes.
ich stelle jetzt mal 2 Blätter hier hin, so. Nicht weiter.
Ja. Gleich ganz gut.
So. How many? 5.
Narendra, André, Christoph, and Karin and Shubala. So. Good.
Once it goes 12, everyone goes.
Oh, had already lunch and is going to sleep.
So I'm going to.
So we will wait maybe a few minutes. So Christoph is not here yet.
But I think now
Om. Om. Machen wir gleich sonst. Dürfte sich nicht viel verändert haben zu heute Morgen. Dürfte sich nicht viel verändert haben zu heute Morgen. Om 1, Om 2, Om 3, Om 4. Reicht, ne? Zu laut soll auch nicht sein. Gut. Bitte?
Es ist ziemlich laut.
Es ist ziemlich laut oder ist es gut so? Hinten ist es ganz okay. Alles klar.
Weil es manchmal ein bisschen verzerrt, ne, wenn es zu laut ist.
Kann ich nicht beurteilen, das musst du ihm sagen. Ich rede nur, ich höre es nicht, wie es gerade ist. Pardon me? You need a little break? Yeah, I think we are not.
Because people are not gathering.
No, maybe we are not starting in time. So if it
5 minutes, ne?
sometimes needs a very compact program. So if we will be in delay, I'm going to shorten the question and answering always.
No, I won't leave you. 5 minutes.
Okay, just
Collect
go.
my things and come back.
Go and we will be here.
Wrongly collected the papers. My original paper. So because of this, I will go and pick up and come. Yeah. But in between, so it won't be a delay for the program.
Okay. Ja. Wurde mir vom Mitorganisator so gesagt.
Sollen die uns noch, sie werden danach noch.
Nee, die kommen alle auf die Bühne und sitzen hier und dann reden sie nacheinander. Ich hab Trinken. Ich hab alles. Für die anderen, keine Ahnung. Das ist eine 1,5 Stunden ungefähr.
Brauchen wir noch ein Mikro?
Ja. So, Andre, Christoph and Karine. Andre, Christoph and Karine, may you come on stage, please?
Oh, you want us to sit here because I was prepared to have a stand with my laptop and I will
We are supposed to start in 15 seconds. Well, if so, folgendes. Ja, wo ist das Pult? Weil er will im Stehen mit dem Laptop. But you have to be on stage, okay? So you will get it on stage, not downstairs.
Okay. So you want me to sit over there?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, because the screen is there, if it will be on the side, then I will be on the screen. People will be seeing me instead of the slide, so that is not too convenient. Unless maybe somewhere here, you could put it here, and one chair back, and I can sit here, for example. Yeah, it will be on the way, but people are watching. Okay. Yeah, I have my own.
So, and microphone is long enough if he stands? So we all have to move here. Karine, you all have to move here.
Here or here? Here?
No, here I'm sitting here because all the chairs has to move to be
To
here.
move?
So the chairs, we
To
have
move
to
up.
move the chairs,
Yeah, that's okay.
all the chairs in this direction.
You look like rock stars and all these bars.
Sorry for the trouble.
Are you going to sit next to me?
I'm sorry.
There's less light here. It's the
I will
same.
need
Oh, you will be there.
yeah.
That's really tough.
Yes.
The light.
So we will start now this session. Om Sarvamangala Mangalye Shive Sarvartha Sadike Sharanye Triambake Gauri Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute. So we are going to start now the first afternoon session with 3 lectures, and afterwards we will have a round question and answer where you can have questions to the referents. So, and we're going to start now with André Riel from France. He's been practicing yoga since the age of 11, so must be already decades of years. Yeah, and has met traditional masters of classical and tantric yoga. After a few years of searching, he met Kashmiri Babu, wandering ascetic from the Shaiva tradition, and embarked on a deep journey of study in the spiritual quest. Also greatly touched by his encounters with Krishnamurti and Sri Anandamayi Ma, he studied 2 other important aspects of the inner path associated with these 2 great teachers: discernment and relationship. And André will now talk about Nidra, an exploration into the content of consciousness. Please, André.
Shall I move the mic or shall I
Take a microphone. You can take, yeah.
After all, you can sit down.
So, Hari Om, Hari Om. Good. Don't know if you have to say good morning or it's in between, which is a good timing. Can you hear? Yeah. Huh? We have to take it closer. Thank you. So this is about what people call yoga, and what we call nidra has to be understood as, before Sanskrit was invented, it seems that this word was already kind of existing with two different meanings. The very sound n has to do with the night. And apparently in many Indo-European languages, the sound n can be found in words like night or nacht, nuit, noche, notte. All of those meaning night. By night we have to understand darkness, not the period of time in between sunset and sunrise. And the sound dr in many languages also is found, which means to go through. So one of the meaning of that word is to go through darkness, which can seem to be quite curious when we talk about yoga. What is meant through this is that there is a lot of ignorance within us, and that ignorance has been called darkness, and it is an exploration into darkness, which means the moment we observe or we witness what is dark within us, the moment we see it, it disappears, which is very mysterious. It is like observing deeply whatever, anything, kind of deconstruct the thing that we are looking at, and something reveals from this observation, and what reveals is nameless. We can't explain it. So when we are talking about nidra as an exploration into consciousness, please keep in mind that as yoga means both a state of non-fragmentation, state of unity, and also all the different practices that might help to perceive that state. Please keep in mind that when we're talking about Nidra Yoga here, I'm not going to talk about technical aspects, which have not much interest in being talked about. They are interesting in exploring them, practicing, as we say. So, one of the big questions is how or why? How is it that our mind is so polluted? How is it so? Has it been like that since, we don't know, beginning of mankind? Or is it a state that we have acquired through time? But it's very obvious. We are kind of polluted. The mind is polluted. Even if many texts are talking about a state that is clean, clear, what we witness practically in our daily reality, it is that we are not clear. There is a lot of, let's say, pollution in the mind. And if this exploration is in itself a way to clear it up, let's try to explore it. But generally when we listen to somebody speaking, generally we take it as a kind of lecture, kind of speech. Could you take it as an exploration? Could you take it as what we call a sadhana, a practice? Which means, can you go into what is going to be said and explore within, well, I mean, let's explore all together. So, how is it that our minds are so polluted? We have heard here several lecturers talking about the situation of the world. We are that world. The world is not outside. Or we could say that the world is the result of each of us. So today we are kind of fixed on this drama going on in Ukraine, but this has been going on for centuries all over the world constantly. According to some historians, there's been 3,000 wars in the last 1,000 years. So there's nothing new. So how is it? What's going on? One of the roots of this turmoil in the mind seems to be fear. We have many, many fears. So the question is not what are we afraid of. We can make a list. I made it one. And for example, fear of non-recognition, not being recognized enough, or fear of lacking of affection, not being loved, fear of no social position, of course fear of death, fear of ending. And we could ask ourselves, did we ever end something in our life? Did it ever happen to end something? Definitely. All those fears might come from education. We have been educated in such a way that we felt lacking so many things. But we rarely try to go a little deeper in the consequences of fear. And one of the big consequences, and this is coming very close to our daily life, is the tragedy of following. That is, every time we follow, and it can be anything or anyone, it can be an ideal, it can be a person, politician, leaders, gurus, whatever, whoever. The very fact of following implies that we lose our tranquility of mind. And we need to imitate. Is it possible to live a life where there is no imitation? Where you don't obey to anyone? It's a kind of, we could say, inner revolution, or revolution into the consciousness, where we stop depending on whoever or whatever. There can be ideas like, communism is an idea, liberalism is an idea, and all the religions are ideas or ideals. And if we don't have those reference points, many of us, we feel afraid. But losing all those reference points means being free. Also, shouldn't forget that all those yogic traditions are about what they call moksha, liberation. Is it possible to be liberated from his own belief? Is it possible to stop following our personal ideas? Because in following, once again, it doesn't mean a particular object. It means the process itself of following. Is it possible to stop following? And sanely, logically, rationally, it's easy to understand. The moment we stop following, we're free. When there is a state of freedom that comes up, that appears. When that state appears, fear disappears. They cannot go together. And if we don't do that, our life is a second-hand life. We just imitate. And all of us, we know that into what we call yogic tradition, it is based on imitation. We have to do the same thing as they have been done for years and centuries and millennia. Can we do something and exploring through action, exploring the way we explore? Can we question the way we feel? Can we question the way we perceive? And not looking for reference points where we could find a kind of reassurance. Is it possible to live without reassurance? It is one of the outcomes of freedom. And this is one of the big questions in yoga practices, how to do? How can we do that? So if we go very, very deep into those points, the question how doesn't exist. If we cannot go very deep, it is about not entertaining ideals, not entertaining thoughts. Being silent, silent mind. So we all have witnessed that we are, let's say, visited by many, many ideas and thoughts. Now, are we visited by them, or do we visit them? Can we question what is thinking? And where are we going to question from? A quiet mind can be said to be holy, where there is no pollution. Many a times when we go into any activities, we go into them first with the thought. Like action. Most of us, before acting, we think. What is thinking? is there a position where we can witness the process of thinking? By position, I don't mean a place in space, inner or outer. I mean a state. Is there a state from which we can watch the thinking process? And is that state changing or quiet? When talking about that, don't hope for an answer coming from somebody else. As I told you in the beginning, it's an exploration. We can try to do it together, but of course, each of us does it by himself or herself. What is beyond, or forget about beyondness, what is that can watch the thinking process? You know, we cannot name it. The moment we name it, we are again back in the thought, in the thinking. So, I'm going to leave you with this. We still have 2 minutes, so let's have them in silence. And please don't applaud.
Om Shanti. Thank you very much, André, for these very inspiring and deep insights. So now we have the pleasure to listen to Dr. Krzysztof Stech from Poland, a former scientist at the University of Rajasthan in India. He began his yoga practice at the age of 15, and he earned his degree in yoga from Yoga College Kaivalya Dhamma in 1976 and the doctor in philosophy from Warsaw University. His articles on yoga have been published in international journals, and he regularly lectures worldwide on yoga, health and nutrition. And today he is talking about human physiology and yoga. Please, Krzysztof.
Thank you. Can you hear with this mic being so low? Is that okay? I don't know. Is that, yeah, that's okay, all right. It will be a presentation where I will try to squeeze quite a few data, scientific data, since that our Western mind prefers to think logically in a rational way. It is not like an Eastern mind. There's a difference in approach. So I'm trying to attune more to the Western mind in this presentation, but there may be also some yogic connotations, deeper. But it's a very brief amount of time, so I will be moving quite speedily. Therefore, I thought the slides are important because you can also see a lot of data on the screen. So here is my university in Częstochowa. Black Madonna, very big Catholic pilgrimage center. I joke it is like a Pandharpur in Maharashtra. Pandharpur, Black Krishna, so we have a Black Madonna in Poland. You can see Warsaw, the capital, and down below Częstochowa, and the main building of my university. And here, I wanted to stop for a moment on the power of Sanskrit language and the power of the word yoga, and relate to you one of the very first yogic experiences I had. You might be surprised what it is on this photo. You see ancient, over 1,000-year-old Benedictine monastery in Tyniec, near Krakow, the ancient capital of Poland. It is, as always, on a hill. Down below flows Polish Ganga, we call it Wisła. And you see Benedictine monks. And down below, you see my uncle, maternal uncle, that he was the one who told me about yoga. As young 15-year-old in 1968, together with my brother and 3 other young boys, we were spending vacations. Obviously, behavior at a monastery is a bit different than young boys would like to play, make lots of noise. And my uncle got concerned with us. He says, look, you know, you are just sitting too much, you are too quiet, it's not normal. Because then in your mind you will go crazy, you know. So he took us after lunch to these walls that you can see from the center, about 50 meters down. And he said, look, I have been practicing a quiet gymnastics. And also there is breathing in that. And by doing the breathings, I have improved my chanting abilities. So he became the best chanter for the sake of the monastic order. We have a 14th century oldest Polish song, Bogorodzica Dziewica, very old Polish, and they, every evening it's like a Gregorian chant. And you know Gregorian chant, it's where the Om we can hear. So he said, he was talking about the gymnastics, and finally he used the word yoga. It was the first time in my life that I heard the word yoga. It was communist reality, 1968, very dark times in Eastern Europe, Central Eastern Europe. And what happened? All of a sudden, the sky was beautiful. It was just beautiful sunny day, blue sky, not a cloud. And I felt like from heaven, literally, force has entered through the top of my skull, went along my spine, and settled at the back of my spine. Those of you who are with yoga a little bit longer, you know what to say, but for me it was total novelty. I did not know what to do. The only thing that I could observe, my life started dramatically changing. Uncle wanted us to practice gymnastics, a little bit yoga asanas. Boy, I went to their library, which was not destroyed by the war, and a lot of dust on these books. And in Poland, before the war, Theosophical Society was very strong. So all these books, among them Krishnamurti, Sri Ramana Maharishi, and maybe 50 other books. And I was like this monk, reading whole day long from morning to evening. Vacations ended. We went to see my grandmother in Krakow, and she asked what was the best, most important discovery of these vacations. So we said yoga, yoga, yoga. And 3 weeks later, we were already back in Warsaw. My grandmother, an avid reader of papers, she found in a communist paper, can you imagine, on the last page, just 3 lines, tiny little print, where she says, a teacher from yoga just came, from Bihar State School of Yoga, and he's collecting a group of people interested to participate in a scientific experiment at the University of Physical Education in Warsaw, quite well-known school with so many accomplishments, so many golden Olympic medals, and World Cup medals, and on and on and on. So immediately we got hooked up, and my life completely started moving towards yoga. So that was the beginning. So here, since we are celebrating tomorrow, International Day, I want to show you a little picture from Delhi. How many people we will be expected. And here is a unique president in the world, prime minister actually, one of very few who practices yoga. You know that, right? With Dr. Nagendra and others. And I've seen some movies and so forth. And it's amazing. I remember one story when, after being inaugurated a number of years ago, he was invited by President Obama. And they had a state dinner to honor him. But that happened to be Ekadashi day, he would be eating. So the whole fantastic feast was prepared, all these diplomats, and the President Obama is asking him, why aren't you eating? This is all in your honor. I says, no, this is my day of fasting. How many political leaders would you find nowadays who would be able to do that? This is something amazing. It really impressed him. And I have a lot of respect towards this kind of man. Why? Because I have done 42 days fasting. And I know how much it takes. One day, 42 days. I wanted to be better than Christ, Mohammed, Seneca, and Plato, and so many great beings of the past. I felt, I wanted to feel how it will be. I have done, lots of fasting, 30-day fasting, no problem. But 42 days was a different experience. But this is beside the point. So that's the reason why if anyone tells me I fasted for one day, I really have appreciation. This is not because your body cannot withstand. It is because your psyche will have a problem. We have capacity in our body to last for plus 90 days. But the psyche will not permit you to do that. This is tremendous tapasya, one of the basic practices of Hatha Yoga, which lots of people forget. And I might add, that to finish the topic, that the first 23 days of the 42-day fasting I have done without water. According to Guinness World of Records, 6 days is the maximum. And due to my yogic practice, especially some people call me, Mr. Surya Namaskar, because I've done quite a few of them, and my book is there on the market. So that's the reason, why I look at yogic physiology not only in an objective way, it means scientific way, but also experientially. I have first experienced most of these states that later on I like to test in the laboratory. So I've done quite a few research about my most favorite yogic practice, which is Surya Namaskar, and actually I developed a system of very intense practice, dynamic Surya Namaskar, and here Andre Riel also can tell you his early experiences with yoga and hundreds of Surya Namaskars that he has done. And an interview with him is placed in my book. Amazing stuff. I really recommend to all to read it. You've seen India. What country you think it is? It is China. Oh, look how perfect. Military perfect. You see, everybody is the same. That's how it is. And this is, more hectic in the Warsaw, Poland some years back. Tomorrow we are going to celebrate. I thought I will share a few slides with you. When we are talking about physiology of yoga, we are talking basically about these 5 elements of yoga, you might want to say Hatha Yoga, which we can research. This is physical postures, of course. Physicality, we can test it. We have very good equipment. Breathing exercises, a little bit different way, because whatever yoga is interested in breathing is quite different than the gas exchange, what physiology is. Then deep relaxation, meditation, there's lots of excellent studies, and diet. Do you know that now, the most well-known international database keeping all the psychological records is PubMed. It's kept by the United States government. It's for everyone to use. If you know the right question to ask, you get fantastic, very interesting answers. And if you just enter word yoga on PubMed, you will find about 8,000 of research, of highest quality research done. And because this is PubMed, that is medically oriented, so it means it's mostly physiological databases. You can study a lot of interesting things there. Obviously, in this 20 minutes, I already have used 10, we'll just scan over, but just I can give you the pointers where to search more. And here are the faces of two individuals that really influenced my thinking on yoga physiology and psychology, because it's always psychophysiology. There's never really physiology as such, it's always psychological process. Dr. Bhole of Kaivalyadam just passed away a little bit over a year ago. He was in Poland a number of times, fantastic guy, incredible interpretations of pranayama and the processes of pranayama. And another one, still alive, Professor Satbir Khalsa. I know that he was here 10 or 15 years ago, but now he got very busy running world research, really. He's from Harvard Medical School, top medical school in the world, as you all know, very important, very prestigious place to introduce yoga into the world. So these two individuals. Great success. In 1995, the first medical physiology book, which would include special chapter on yoga physiology, and guess who wrote it? Dr. Bhole. I'm just letting you know about it, because if anyone here, a doctor or anyone here is interested, this would be a book to get and to read it. But this is very influential, and it was written by Dr. Bijliani, a professor of All India Medical Institute, Institute of Medical Sciences, a very respected doctor, very closely related to Sri Aurobindo Ashram. So great professionals wrote great books here. Look, here, I don't know if you can read, but on the left column, you have a long table. I just show you the basic concept. The major problem is to translate the yogic concepts into Western physiological terminology. So this is just a sample what you can see. I don't know if you can read or not, but we need to move on. But I just wanted to let you know that it is a very helpful tool. Dr. Bhole was the deputy joint director of the research of Kaivalyadama since the 60s until, I believe, 89 or 90 when he retired. So at that time, Kaivalyadama was a world-class institution, the best research and fantastic scientists, direct disciples of Swami Kuvalananda. This is very important to know how it was passed. And I was lucky enough that I completed the course there with the disciples or with the scientists that Kuvalananda trained, Dr. Kalamberkal, Garote, Bole, Gore, and so forth, like that. So here it's a solution to the terminological problems, to correlate concepts from one tradition with the concept of modern science. Very important. So we are moving. So here, talking about asanas, that has been really measured. These activities, muscular activity, respiratory systems, cardiovascular system, nervous system, all has been thoroughly researched. And this is a very famous one of the very first researches done at Kaivalyadama in 1957, when top scientists from Harvard Medical School came down and they were checking the EEGs and all these waves. Historical picture, really. And here we are moving into modern times, about 50 years forward. Fantastic book. The second edition just came out. This was published in 2016. Professor Satbir Khalsa and 60 other individuals from around the world. Very famous names. The basic data is down here. And then we are moving on through so much research, but I have 1 or 2 minutes left. 7,000 of them. Here I have selected most important. this picture will tell you a lot. Now with fMRI, see exactly we can read which parts of the brain, we can see it, are activated. Do you know that, that is maybe important, until recently people thought that nervous system cannot increase in size. But what happens? As you train your muscle, everybody knows, like a bodybuilder, that a muscle will drop in size. But very few people know that your nervous system also will grow. So the great meditators, as this one was most likely Tibetan monk, who stayed maybe 30 years in a cave somewhere in the Himalayas, that his cortex has doubled in size, just like muscles. Can you believe it? So this is the research, what we can see. Very importantly, that wandering mind is an unhappy mind. That's again found by fMRI. That's the reason why we need to focus mind, concentrate. If your mind is, you know, like in Windows systems, that 10 windows open and you seem to do 10 jobs, right? Not true. It's only one at any given second. But your mind is totally scattered. So very important research proving that focusing of the mind is a direct way to happiness, you see. That's the reason why we want to do that. More here, paintings, and you can see parts of the brain activated. Even epigenetics. Have you heard of epigenetics? People think they are born with certain genes, and it is done, deal. Not true. Not true, because genes are possible to replace depending on your lifestyle. Very famous research done by Professor Dean Ornish and Elizabeth Blackburn at San Francisco State University with the diet. You know yogic diet, how it is important. Can I have? But I must finish this one. Okay, so what happened that, you know, they took average Americans, about 50 of them, and they used regular diet, meat, and like regular diet, like let's say German diet, and then they made them for 1 month vegetarians. And guess what? 500 genes got replaced and changed from the storage of genes. Amazing, isn't it? Okay, moving on.
No. Hari Om? Om Shanti.
Here, my favorite, Surya Namaskar. Surya Namaskar. This is in one slide everything about yoga, complexities of yoga, and on every point you have hundreds of research already proving what yoga is doing to your systems.
Om Shanti.
Prevention. This is the picture of contemporary medical system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christoph. Om Shanti. Thank you very much, Christoph. Yeah, for this little part of your tremendous knowledge of science, well, in the spiritual way, giving us. Thank you very much. So now, the next one in the round will be Karine Shellshear from Australia. She's a yoga therapist and meditation teacher and has degrees in French literature and qualifications in research, policy and planning. And her work in yoga therapy is to be the catalyst that stimulates self-healing by engaging with those who turn to yoga therapy as an inspirational tool that enhances understanding of self, health and well-being. And she will talk now about the effects of meditation on human well-being.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm wondering if my PowerPoint has come through. Great, wonderful. I'll just begin by saying when I was given and I'm not a teacher in meditation, so, but I do teach the process of coming to meditation through Shavasana. And as you know, through Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, meditation is a whole process that begins with the yamas and niyamas and then moves through the 8 limbs that include the yamas and niyamas, and then asana practice and pranayama, and then the various stages that lead to deep meditation, from ekagrata to dharana to dhyana, and if you're lucky, samadhi. And so when I was given this topic, the effects of meditation on human well-being, I went straight into my monkey mind. How do you prove what meditation affects? You can certainly pick up on the neurological and the physiological aspects, which we saw that wonderful picture of Mathieu Ricard, the Tibetan monk, who probably the previous picture was with all the cathodes and anodes on his head. But how can you measure what is happening to him, and whether at the non-physiological level, whether someone can imitate that and arrive at the same outcome? That is the difficulty of research. And I looked at paper after paper that raised this issue of the research problem. The research problem being, when you say you're meditating and you say you're meditating, are you doing the same thing? And can it be measured into an effect? I was very happy last night at 5 to midnight, metaphorically and almost physically, when I came across a wonderful paper by Hari Sharma. And I need to completely pass on all the credit to him, because he has done this paper. And I have simply taken his findings to present to you. And I put that in brackets because I'll come back to that concept. If we move to the next slide, please.
Next slide.
You can make it yourself.
Thank you. Thank you. So, according to Dr. Sharma, the meditation process takes the mind from the outer realm of the objective world to the inner realm of the inner faculty, which includes the mind, intellect, ego, and citta, the storehouse of all memories and impressions of life. And finally goes beyond both the outer and the inner realms to reach the deep inner self. This deep inner self is non-changing pure consciousness, which witnesses the activity of the inner faculty. The inner faculty is the working consciousness, which is constantly changing. Going beyond the changing inner faculty to the non-changing pure consciousness provides inner peace and bliss, which removes the accumulated stresses of life. This results in energizing the body and improving overall health. And Dr. Sharma works for the Center of Integrative Medicine. How has he undertaken his research? He's undertaken his research into looking at the literature and looking at the literature findings. So this is one process of gaining validity in a particular area, and that is that you accumulate the findings and you look at the backup as to what is being claimed. Before we go to that, I'll go to what he quotes as the purpose of meditation, which according to Vedic science, the true purpose of meditation is to connect to oneself, to one's deep inner self. Techniques which achieve that goal serve the true purpose of meditation. The benefit of this process extends to all aspects of life: physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. This has drawn in great interest from the medical professions, from the medical sciences, to investigate the claims being made by conducting various neurological and physiological research to determine the correlates of meditation. Now, those correlates are measuring at one point of scientific investigation. But I'm going to argue at the end of this presentation of Dr. Sharma's work that you, in fact, are the best researchers of meditation. The term meditation is now loosely used to refer to a large number of diverse techniques, and these include contemplation, concentration, use of nature sounds such as the ocean, guided meditation, exercises, movements, meditative exercises, etc. That last point of the generalization of meditation raises a problem, and that is, how can you possibly measure something that claims to be so many different things? Dr. Sharma has in fact provided the definition as a means of saying, if you are doing this form of, if you are doing meditation and it achieves the purpose, that is all that you need to concern yourself with as to whether it is meditation or not. And then going from that, he looks at the effects of meditation. Now, all of the effects come from other research. So he quotes numerous effects and benefits of meditation, and the following has been identified in his journal. During the process of meditation, accumulated stresses, the claim is that accumulated stresses are removed, energy is increased, and health is positively affected overall. There is stress reduction, decreased anxiety, decrease in depression, reduction in pain. Improved memory, increased efficiency. Physiological benefits include reduced blood pressure and heart rate, lactate, cortisol, epinephrine, decreased metabolism, breathing, the breathing pattern, oxygen utilization and carbon dioxide elimination, and increased melatonin, dehydroepiandrosterone sulfate, I'm not even sure what that is, but it's DHEA, I think people are more familiar with, skin resistance and relative blood flow to the brain. Meditation, he claims, increases regional cerebral blood flow to the hemispheres and increases the efficiency in the brain's executive attentional network and increases electroencephalogram coherence. Study on the executive attentional network found that meditators were faster on tasks. With aging, the brain cortical thickness, the grey matter, usually decreases, but with meditators it was found to increase the brain matter. So, to prove, he alludes to the secondary research that has been done. And because this is a 20-minute talk, I have not had the time to enter into each piece of research to see how was this done, is it valid, is it reliable? And that is the problem, part of the problem of researching something as personal and profound and spiritual as meditation. We can play around the edges and we can look at effects. This was all the research that was done on anxiety. This is all the research that was done on depression. This is the research that has been done on reduction of pain and physical, being both physical and psychological. I'd just like a little bit of reflection on the studies that we do on meditation, because I think what we're dealing with often is an incredible personal state. And previously, Unter recounted this aspect of silence. And he said, have 2 minutes silence. What were each of us doing in that silence? And what did that time and symbol mean to us in our personal processing of this extraordinary power that each of us holds within us? At the other end of the spectrum, we have the measurements, and we can go to those measurements and look at the physiological, look at what's happening at the brain level, look at what's happening to the mind, but we can't look at what's happening to that most profound layer of the self that is actually orchestrating the movement. That attention to the deepest, most profound level is not measurable. It is infinite. And I would argue that each of you are your own researchers. I would be very hesitant, having had a research background, that you trot off and make claims to your students that these are the effects if you do this, because each one of us is unique. You must remain the observer. You must give your student the instructions. You must get the feedback as to what is happening with your student and how that is working. And then you must review and return to a process that works for them individually. And you do that for yourself as well, of course. I'd just like to end and say thank you to the organisers. Thank you very much for this opportunity and a very difficult question on the effects of meditation. And thank you to my co-speakers for raising such interesting points of contemplation as well. A lot to think about. Thank you.
Om Shanti. Thank you very much, Karine. And now I would ask to come Shubhada Joshi on stage. She will be now the chairwoman. So we have chairs, so she is the chairwoman, of a round where you can now ask again questions like we had yesterday too. So now you are welcome to ask questions to the three of us, to one or to all of them. Here is a micro for you. Chaka. So, and Shubhara is going to moderate this question and answering. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
How much time does it take?
So we have about 30 minutes time, maybe a little bit less for a change. I will give sign.
Thank you very much for this particular honor. Yeah, it's working. It's on. Hello. Are you able to hear me? No?
Don't have to do anything.
Hello.
That's it.
It's working. Now I think you will be able to listen. Thank you very much for asking me to be here for question answer session. And all the three presentations were revealing different dimensions of yoga, explaining different aspects of yoga, and also having personal experience backing the theory. So the presentations are open for question answer session, and I request the learned audience to have questions. Thank you. Yes, please. Yes.
So many thanks. Can you hear me? Okay. Ist alles? Ja, super. Okay, many thanks to the speakers for these interesting aspects. So I'm interested in, is there, would you say a psychotic, or not a psychotic, but a mental disease from which you could tell that meditation could be counterproductive?
Whom did you ask?
To be counterproductive?
If you have any specific scholar in mind, please mention the name and ask the question so that that scholar will answer the question.
Maybe Corinne.
The difficulty with people who have psychological issues is to teach them something. And unless they want to, you can't do anything. And then, as far as I know, no study has ever been done with people who have psychological troubles. I don't think it has ever been done. I don't know. Do you know? Yeah. It was? Yeah. So Karin knows a little more.
Yes. I can't remember the specifics. I know Ananda Balayani refers to there are psychotic, sometimes psychosis is the results from meditation, and there is a need. He skims over it. I know that there is a centre in Australia that practices Vipassana, which involves not speaking for about 2 weeks. And the psychiatric centre is very close by, and it is full. And I think this is why I mentioned the process of Patanjali, is that it is a gradual process of changing our internal perceptions of our attitudes and our intentions, and of moving slowly along the path. And the importance is to have a very good teacher who is able to observe and provide direction and steer us on the right path. Because if we ourselves choose to play with our mind, then of course there are dangers. There is the dark night that André mentioned, the dark night of the soul, that needs to be challenged. There are the obstacles, the kleshas, that needs to be overcome. And so the guidance of a good teacher is essential, and the feedback from the student in saying what is happening and is also important, so that the practice can be adapted to the individual.
I'd like to add something about this. The difficulty in studies, and I ran a study during 6 years with the University of Pisa in Italy. I will present it within 2 or 3 days with videos. So the difficulty is the machinery is very objective, and the experiences of the people are always subjective. It's very difficult to match them, and it's a big work, as you say, for the teacher to mark each and every second what kind of information he gives to the students, because the machine is working constantly. And to compare, we were not really successful. It took several years for analyzing the data, and that's a very big difficulty to match objective result given by the machine and subjective perceptions of the people. It's really difficult to do.
My name is Siegfried. I would like to follow to that what you said, André, and it is connected as well with Karin's lecture. If it's the case that it's very subjective and it's personal and and it's different with each person, why is it so important for us to have scientific research with the methods we see in the studies? If we know there is, the approach cannot be true, why don't we just bring our efforts in the doing, instead of research? Is it really important?
I think it's a very good question. It's a very good question, and I think don't forget, for 5,000 years, yoga and meditation practices have been accepted in India, and if your acharya, your guru, your teacher directs a certain path, that was largely accepted, and that the truths that were given from the rishis were seen as absolute truths. You would not question these. Within the movement towards the 19th and 20th centuries, we have moved into a scientific world where everything needs to be evidence-based to become real. And so attention has focused on areas that were largely accepted as truths to apply scientific measurements in terms of proof. To an extent, you can measure certain things that are physiological and neurological, but I can't see that you can measure that most profound area of the self that is immeasurable. So there is a problem between left and right hemispheres. How do we reconcile our belief systems of reality if they're only going to be based on evidence?
May I add something? I will approach it differently. Our societies, the whole tradition comes from the East. I had that experience so many times. I've been 30 times to India, spent 10 years in there. And each time I go there, I find people who speak good English, but because of a very different contextual structure of that society, very different culture, I often have a feeling, though on the surface they understood my English, but deep down they have not. You see, so there is the context in which we speak is extremely important. We don't pay attention to that, but I will give you a simple example. In Hindi, khana means food. Food, we know what it means. But when you say to an Indian khana, check what kind of images they have with that connected. For example, khana, let's say it will be set up on the floor, maybe a banana leaf or those leaves, you know, tucked together, and they will get maybe rice, dal, some curry, you know, buttermilk or something like that. That's khana. That's the most common association. But in our culture, what would you associate with khana? For example, in my place, we would associate a nicely dressed table, 2 plates, one on top of another, you know, utensils, maybe a compote, maybe soup would be served in my country, and a dish with potatoes, piece of meat, and I don't know, some vegetables. So you see how different images with that. So this is contextual. So the thing is, for this great science to be acculturated, there's a special term for that, it has to be accepted by basically 2 very important ways the society functions. It is the educational system. It has to be accepted by the educational system and by the medical system. And then it is really accepted by the whole society. And in order to get yoga or whatever meditation system accepted, and to talk to politicians who will make final decision, to educators and so forth, you have to have a scientific proof, because this is our Western specialty. You know, if we don't prove it, it does not exist. Do you follow? So the decision makers, they have to have it on paper. You see, this is not subjective for them. It must be objective. So these 2 things, and I sort of recall for all of you here what over the years Professor Sarbir Khalsa shared with me. This is how they are approaching and attacking, quote unquote, educational and medical systems in America, you see. And I think our societies don't function much different than America after all.
May I answer to that?
Yes.
The scientific or objective approach we take for natural, because that's our natural way of thinking, seems to be, but it's only, let's say, 400 or 500 years old, not older. And who can tell if tomorrow or in 100 years we've got another approach in thinking, and we don't need, perhaps this is not the way to go further, you know, this objective, but because it's what is objective.
But you know, if you talk about quantum physics now, it's already the answer. The physicists already answered. The same particle, depending where you sit, how you look at it, either it is a particle of energy or a particle of matter. We already know that the science is relational, but at the very highest level. It has not reached the bottom, you know, the way how our societies function.
You know, well, maybe you don't know. If we ask ourselves, why do we need to do those researches? What is the reason? And it looks like the reason is to satisfy the thought. And here we are talking about something which is thoughtless.
Beyond that.
So, how can the thought measure what is thoughtless? So, it seems, once again, I will go much deeper after 2 days into this, talking about this research we've done, but it seems that there is no relation in between. There is a gap in between that state which is thoughtless and trying to understand with thought. And there might not be any way to reconcile them. That's a possibility, that there is no relation at all in between these two. If we stay open, because when we question this, we have to remember we are questioning it from the thought process. So we need an answer that will be accepted by the thought process. But maybe there is no answer.
Yes, may I ask Dr. Steck, are there some observations about changing the genes, but not the physiological genes, but the psychological genes? You know, the behavior of the people is also stirred by genes when they're doing yoga.
If you have a profound mystical experience, there's no one in this room or anywhere in the world that will not change. This is so profound at such deep level that you know, I don't know if the modern science is subtle enough at this stage, you know, measuring with questionnaires or EEGs, you know. Swami Rama once commented on that. Look, I do for you teleportation, and you are just showing me gamma, alpha, and beta, you know. This is nonsense. It is not the level. So the Western science, I would say, is not subtle enough. And I wonder if it ever will be subtle enough to measure these very subtle processes. Because how less subtle can measure more subtle, you see? So
I didn't mean the difference in the alpha or beta in the brain, but the behavior, the measuring of the behavior. If they feel they are more peaceful, more.
Yes, there are many research. If you search, for example, the stress issue, it's I checked with PubMed yesterday about 2,000 research. So I'm sure you will find something that will satisfy you. Yes, definitely there are changes. Yeah, definitely. And that is also expressed in physiological measurements. For example, the rate of breath will be slower, the HR will be slower, the blood pressure will come down. Those are basic physiological, very easy to measure, you know, signs, biomarkers. Yes, so definitely, yes, that's all measurable at this level.
But it has to be combined with the society's behavior.
Yes.
And that has to be said by the science.
Yes, so that is measured. For example, know the organization in California, right now it's a lot of violence going on, and Dr. Bose, I will have to recall his organization name, and they're doing fantastic work by using simple yogic techniques to change the behavior of society. In the neighborhoods where during broad day you hear bullets flying, like in Oakland, where I used to live. Well, not in that section. So some time ago. So definitely yes. And this is they getting big federal grants in millions now because they are so effective. And how it was proven that they were effective because of scientific research. So this is another answer here.
Good. Thank you.
I have another question to André. This state of being in a position to watch the thought come into existence, you mentioned before. Is there a way we can approach this? Do you have experience in this? Perhaps some technique or something?
Are you addressing?
No, it was a question to André.
André.
I didn't really get it.
Please repeat for him.
Okay.
Because he was in Samadhi.
Okay. I'm sorry to disturb you. You mentioned before this state of being in a position where you can watch your thought come into existence, where you can watch the thought. Are there some ways to get there, to get near this state you can recommend perhaps?
I cannot recommend. In the ordinary daily life, we are very, very far from what you're talking about. And even if we wish to go there, there are many conditioning in the mind that are like an obstacle for doing that. So let's call it a process. So there is a kind of process where you evacuate a certain amount of conditioning. Unless you do this, it's very difficult to watch the process, the thought movement. Now, when you watch the thought movement, there are a few things that have to be learned. It is forgetting grasping. That is not giving importance to the image, or thoughts is mainly images or words. So not giving any importance. So some images and some words are very attractive. And some of them we want to reject them. So developing this ability of not grasping or not rejecting, and taking the flow of the thought like a river flowing. Now, on the river flowing, there are waves, ups and downs. The next difficulty is to realize that what is important is the flow, not the ups and downs, which are ideas. Let's call them that. So you have the flow of the thought, then they have ideas. So at first, when we look at ideas, we got caught by the ideas, or we refuse them, which is the same process. Second is being aware of the flow of the thought and not ideas. Now, in the flow of the thinking, there are activities and then there are stops. There are some, how could we say that? It's easier to see the movements. It's more difficult to see the in-between movements. So there are in-between movements in the flow of the thinking, not in the ideas, you remember? Now, in those little gaps in the flow of the thinking, what might be discovered is that there is a kind of foundation. It is a wrong word. Here we come to places where language is difficult. There is a kind of, let's call it a foundation, where movements and non-movements are going together. There is no conflict in between movements and non-movements. But what is needed is to kind of dive into the non-movement, where there is, I call it a foundation because I have no other words. And what is suddenly perceived at that moment is that how could we say that? That what I am, here's this foundation. And then there is a last step where there is a kind of realization that everything is not coming from the foundation, but everything is the foundation. So from where we are, that sounds very strange, because the understanding that we can have through that kind of explanation is limited by time and space and identity, because we are identified through an identity. We think, we are sure that we are that person, and that we have, well, let's once again, space, time, and identity. So when we are talking about this, we have to keep in mind, and I don't want to sound too mysterious, but we have to keep in mind that the way we explore, the basis from where we explore, this basis is limited. And there is a need. The need is to die. That is to disappear. That moment when this disappearance appears, how could we say, the function that perceives realizes that it is what it perceives. There is no more difference. And from the thinking point of view, you don't have an answer. But the question has disappeared. So there's no more question, there's no more answer. It's not easy to answer. I don't know if I make myself understood.
Hello, so my name is Raina, and I just want to give an impulse. It's not a question, because it might also contribute something to your question, the practice of samyama. Like, does everybody know what that is? Do you practice it, samyama? Yeah? There we go. Yeah. So I found that for myself very helpful, where you recreate the process of creation by consciously touching upon a sutra and then releasing it into silence, and then picking it up again, and then releasing it again into silence. And by watching how it manifests and how it disappears, and trying to only touch upon the subtlest. You don't have to say the word, you have to just touch upon the subtlest feeling arising, and then immediately release it into silence. I found that to be a very helpful methodological way of watching the thought process. So maybe we can talk more. Yeah.
So Hari Om, we were expecting now a guided meditation by Aishwarya Devi from Greece, but she got lost. So maybe if someone has another question, we will have time for it. Om.
Would you say there are limitations for meditation concerning practical use of meditation, for example, for psychiatric clients. So I was wondering about the question, why do we need research? And I guess in this world we do need research on meditation, because otherwise it wouldn't be applied into normal rehabs and so on. So I guess it's a big need to have research on meditation, because this world functions in terms of research, and doctors are dealing on the basis of this research. So if we wouldn't have it, it might be not applied into normal rehabs, into normal treatment for people with mental diseases. So, and on the other hand, I don't think that meditation is a cure for everyone and everything. Is it a cure anyhow? So I wouldn't say it's a cure, because as you mentioned, it's above everything that we call useful. So it's something completely different. And on the lower levels, it can have benefits for people who have mental diseases and all the other people in the world, I would say. But I see limitations in the use of meditation for psychotic clients who lose themselves, especially in the realms of when they are completely destabilized and when they are completely not within themselves, when they really suffer from their disease, when they get into a state of relaxing. So, yeah, what are the limitations of meditation?
I think you've answered your own question. I think what we're picking up is generalizations that exist in the relative world. You know, where it's a paradigm, it's an instrument. Research is an instrument that is measuring what we're looking to find. And it is, to a great extent, verifying the experiences that have been recounted over many centuries. But there is the limitation that we spoke about of, is it actually measuring this larger self, that, you know, this process, the whole process of meditation is to come in touch with the true self. And what we're getting in research is the side benefits of well-being, that it does this, 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 and this. And that's simply the add-on, the added value that you get from meditation. But as was pointed out by Dr. Sharma, the true purpose of meditation is to transcend and to get in touch with the true self. So on the way, there are all these things which are very good to know, the impacts in our well-being, and it is an instrument for measuring those things. And that's the context and paradigm in which it exists. But I'm just wondering, our chairperson is very learned in this area, you know, and is also from India, and I'm very aware that we've been talking about what people from India believe and think, etc., when we have someone learned sitting beside us who might comment.
No, you know, you are, three of you are trying to look at yoga from a very scientific paradigm. And myself, as a teacher of philosophy, So my focus is different. And in our course syllabus, when we address these things, we may mention it as a passing thing, that this is what is happening in the present world. Yeah. But our main focus is not science research, because that is the domain of the medical field and maybe brain studies and basically medical field. In philosophy, we focus on the sutras and the application of the sutras, the commentaries, the analysis, understanding it, and then of course what is the relevance of these teachings in the present. So we in a way try to raise the questions of present. We may say that in what way is it relevant and what is to be done. But basically the approach of master's degree in yoga, when it is degree in yoga, then it's a theory and praxis combined. But when it is degree in philosophy, it is one of the papers for yoga. And then when it is certificate, diploma, advanced diploma courses, it is just giving orientation to the people that yoga is not just the asanas, but it is the thought behind that is very, very important. And it is the entire lifestyle which is what we may call yoga. So that is how we look at it. That is in the University of Mumbai. And as it is rightly mentioned over here, there are variations and variations in India. To generalize it in any way, it will be really impossible. And therefore, there was, even initially there was objection when we introduced this particular course with the practice sessions. And the university authorities were of the opinion that humanities have nothing to do with experimentation, practice session, practicals, etc. So just do the theory. So from there I had to start. Now that the ground is already covered, so now my colleagues can take it forward, and they are trying to. Thank you.
So, Hariom, last question.
Okay, the last.
Yeah, last question, and then we will have a break, and a little bit longer break than planned.
Yeah, I want to ask the speaker, doesn't matter which one. As far as I discovered through the practice and not reading, but there was a period when, before the apparition of the Sanskrit and the Shastras and all the books and all the everything that we read and learn through the books, it was a pure experience and a pure perception. For example, the Sanskrit language was not invented, was discovered through the pure perception. So my question is, there is any possibility to go into that state where we can perceive? There is any possibility of getting into the free perception where there is no need of questioning, in a way of having studies of being sure of what something that is really here, is here and is, you can experience it.
Did you hear?
What is the?
I hear the noises.
How can we?
Cosmin, the sound was very bad for us. We couldn't hear. Maybe it is touching your skin or your beard. Or
maybe my beard.
Yeah, it's creating the bounce.
No, it's too close.
Just hold it a little bit lower.
We can't understand your question because
but we have answers.
There is no question, there is no answer. Yeah?
Funny,
Okay.
Short and clear question is easy to answer.
There is any possibility of going directly into the perception of the state where it was perceived, all this information not invented, like for example the Sanskrit language, as far as we know, as it was not invented, was discovered through the free perception.
Sound is not clear. Wow.
It's clear right now, or no?
I still don't follow. I don't know.
Okay, let's go to
Come up the front.
Let's have a break. This can be hearable.
Careful, because we can answer if we don't, even if we don't hear.
You can perceive my question without hearing it.
You're not able to hear.
I don't know.
Cosmian, come here, please.
Just come here.
Then you use that mic, if I can take it out.
There's one there. There's one.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe because of my beard.
Maybe.
Maybe because of the beard, I don't know. So.
You have to shave.
Yeah, my wife is telling me the same. So basically, my curiosity is linked to the to the period where the Sanskrit language was not invented, was discovered, because as far as I experienced through the practice and not to the books, the Sanskrit was discovered by some people who were in the free perception of the life, and they discovered the sounds from that state of perception. They didn't, for example, they didn't know the sound of the rain, the sound of the lion, the sound of the, I don't know. And they perceive that and they express it through their free perception, without any interference, without any filter, without any understanding, without any information about that. So my question for the speaker was, is there any possibility to bypass all this hard work and all these conflicts that can appear into our mind through all this scientific work, which can be also good and useful, but can we go often into this state of perception, the life like it is the life, and can we go into the state where we can perceive the scientific world and also the nature and everything from that state without losing time to practice all these scientific papers which are not practiced, they are not experienced. It's very
maybe you. Okay, I think I know what you're trying to say. I'll say yes. There is a way through insight. When you have a real insight due to meditation, you have a direct darshan, what it is, seeing of the world, of the events, of the reality, the way it is. No words needed, no science needed. That's a very high state of cognition.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you very much for your great lectures, your answers, your insights. So this wide spectrum of scientific knowledge and spiritual experience was very great. So thank you very much for these wonderful inspirations you gave us now. So we will have now a break and we'll continue at 2:20. So maybe we say half an hour break, so you will be all in time. 2:20 we start with a lecture of Sukadev himself, so please be in time, and then we'll continue with more spiritual and scientific and whatever, and we finish with 3 times Om. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Bolo Satguru Shivananda Maharaj ki Jai. Om Bolo Sarva Santana ki Jai. Hari Om. See you later on.
So I like your perception. I like your perception.
My what?
The perceptions that you gave. That was good.
Thank you.
Very good.
Shubhara, later on you will have a next session. You will have a lecture, right?
Yeah,
So,
it's mine.
So welcome to the next session with great and inspiring teachers and lecturers. And we will start now with a very special mantra because Professor Jaya Maran, he already yesterday, yeah, he sang it. So he composed shlokas, Yoga Vidya shlokas. So he want to now present them in the presence of Sukadev ji.
Thank you, Narendra ji, for the opportunity. Namaste to all. I will chant the shloka once. Maybe second time you can all repeat, join with me. So I will chant it in bits and pieces so that it's easy to repeat. First I will chant it, one shloka only. Yoga Vidya Para Vidya Yoga Vidya Param Sukham Yoga Vidya Para Shantihi Yoga Vidyam Upasmahe Yoga Vidyam Upasmahe. This is the shloka. Maybe I'll chant, if you can repeat. Most of the words are known to you. There is a lot of repetition in this. Yoga Vidya Para Vidya
Yoga Vidya Para Vidya
Yoga Vidya Param Sukham
Yoga Vidya Param Sukham
Yoga Vidya Para Shantihi
Yoga Vidya Param Shantihi
Yoga Vidyam Upasmahe
Yoga Vidya Upasmahe.
The meaning is very simple. Yesterday also I told Yoga Vidya Para Vidya. Yoga Vidya is the highest Vidya, knowledge, learning. Yoga Vidya Param Sukham. Yoga Vidya leads us to ultimate happiness, Sukham. Yoga Vidya Para Shantihi. Yoga Vidya leads us to great peace. Hence, Yoga Vidyam Upasmahe. Let us revere, respect and practice Yoga Vidya. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Vidya, we want to come to the Para Vidya. Thank you.
Certainly.
Om Namah Shivaya Gurave Satchidananda Murtaye Nishprapanchaya Shantaya Shri Shivanandaya Te Namah. Om Namah Shivaya. My subject is the yogic physiological foundations of yoga practice, yoga concepts of the subtle body. When in yoga we talk about physiology, there's not just physical body physiology, there's astral body physiology, causal body physiology. Well, causal body is difficult to have a physiology. And in yoga we have a holistic approach. Of course, when we study yoga, we also learn the physical anatomy and physiology. In a good yoga teacher's training course, you know about the heart and the ligaments and the muscles and everything. And you also learn what happens with the physical body when you practice yoga. On one hand side, yoga is also sports. Like originally it was planned that on Thursday we also have the yoga sports competition here. But we decided competition, we don't have it here in the ashram. I think there are other places where you can have sports competition. But yoga is also sports. It's also, there's so many scientific studies, yoga helps for your heart. If you practice yoga, you have better heart functioning and so on. If you practice yoga, you also have more flexible body. You can also get more body strength. You have better coordination. And of course, you have to see how you practice yoga that you don't hurt yourself. But I have to say, yoga is one of the least hurtful things you can do. Lying in bed is much more dangerous. Like, sometimes people here also have some accidents or problems. Number one is they go on bikes. Now, we don't have so many people going on bikes, but the accidents there is more. Second is people go walking. That's the second most dangerous activities you can do in the ashram. The third most dangerous activity is sleeping. Sometimes people get up with a stiff neck or something in the back. Nothing serious. And extremely rarely something happens in yoga class. And outside, of course, you could say we are very, very well trained here in Yoga Vidya, but even outside. But still, we have to see how shall we teach to create good? How can we teach to prevent suffering? So knowledge of physiology, anatomy is important, and one should know what to teach when you have a pregnant woman, when you have somebody who is older, somebody who has problems with the bone, and so on. So we need certain knowledge. But in yoga, we don't just have physical anatomy, we also have Ayurveda anatomy. I think Swamiji was talking about that. So Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and the different dhatus, and all these things are important, because again, if you want to adapt the yoga class to the needs of the person, you need to have a certain knowledge. If the person is more Vata, the other asanas and pranayama might be good. If the person is more Pitta or more Kapha, or you can see the person and say there's not enough Agni there. So he needs Agni Zara, he needs maybe the spinal twist and the forward bend and the peacock. These are the practices that Hatha Yoga Pradipika says will increase Agni. So you practice these. Or you can see there might be so many malas in the body, amas in the body. So you need to cleanse it. So, of course, here in the ashram we have the advantage, we have a full Ayurvedic department. They can have special powders and they can have panchakarma and so on. But we can also do kriyas, which are now in panchakarma, and there's the shatkarma, shatkriya. And then the body is cleansed, looks different, and things get easy. So certain knowledge of Ayurvedic physiology is also necessary to prescribe the proper asana, pranayama, and so on. And this makes the study of yoga quite interesting also. We have the subtle physiology. We have the astral body. And astral body physiology is the most important of all. Why? Once there was somebody, in the Indian mythology, somebody was questioned. On one hand side, we come without anything, and we leave without anything, and we make a lot of hustle around in between. On a second level, we come with something, we change and do something with it, and we'll go with something else. And on the third level, we come with something, nothing changes, and we leave with the same. So what is that? Of course, coming means being born, and going means leaving the physical body. We don't really die, we leave the physical body. And on one hand side, we come without anything and we go without anything. That's the physical body and the physical riches and so on. We say we're born naked. Well, we come with a body, but before being born, we have no body. Then we have a body. We're born with it. And then we do a lot of things. We dress the body. We put nice things on the body. We feed the body. We give the body something to live in. And we try to, whatever is possible, and in our modern world, so much to do with the physical, on the physical plane, so much effort going in there. From morning till night, people are busy caring for the physical body and getting more for the physical body and trying to get more money and bigger bathrooms and bigger cars and bigger iPhones and bigger this and that. What for? What happens in the end? We leave everything. The body will be burned, or at least sometimes I think it's better not to burn the body, even there are good reasons to burn the body, because then some insects will get something, some worms will get something, so at least somebody still has something of the body after you die. But only for a few days, then everything is over. So that's the first thing. Now the second part is we come with something, we change something, and we go with something else. And that is basically the astral body. This is our character. These are our samskaras, meaning our tendencies. This is our spiritual achievement we have. That is like, actually, when we now go a little closer, but of course I will not get too much into details. We have pranas, we have nadis, we have chakras, all that. And we have on the astral body everything else which makes our personality. We come with that. Mothers who have more than one child know children are not the same. Even though same mother, same father, even born in the same house, even when they come out of the womb, they're not the same. Some cry, some don't, some, you could even say, different temperaments immediately there. And not only astral body, also come with a causal body, so everybody has their own karma also with them. So we come with that. And then we do something with it. Hopefully, we do something good with it. But of course, first we're set into karmic situations, and then certain tendencies will be increased or decreased. And the first, you could say, 12, 14 years, the child is not consciously choosing how to live the life. It's karma which will help to strengthen certain of the tendencies. And then, afterwards, it's in our hands what we do with our astral body. Of course, we can say we increase our prana, we open the chakras, we open the nadis and so on, meaning we also activate our physical abilities, our mental abilities, we activate our character. But more importantly, maybe we're born as a choleric kind of person. And then we can learn not to be so choleric anymore. Maybe we were a very fearful person. And some children, they're born, and already with a few years they have more fear. And then they get certain karmic things which increase their tendencies to fear. Now we have it to a certain degree, we have it in our hands to change it. And then when we finally leave our body, we hopefully have changed something to the positive. Maybe we have learned to be less choleric and be more forgiving. Maybe we've learned to be less afraid, but to be more confident. Hopefully, we've experienced God. Maybe we've learned to open ourselves to be aware of a higher reality. And this we take into our next birth. Krishna says in the 6th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, wherever you leave in your last birth, you'll start in your next birth. And if you have nearly achieved the goal in this birth, in the next birth you're nearly thrown into a God realization. We have these examples like Ananda Ma, who had God realization when she was quite young. We have this Rama Maharshi and others, just from very childhood onwards. Of course, we hope as yoga practitioners not to be born again. Some say, why should I not be born again? It's so nice here. One promise that the scriptures say, if you want to be born again, you will be born again. So you need not to be afraid of practicing yoga for fear of not being born again. But you will be born with more energy, with more prana, with more personality, and hopefully a more ethical person. But of course, if you have experienced higher states of consciousness, you have experienced expansion of consciousness, pure joy, and you know, coming back to this body, not so nice. And those whose body have either has a special karma from childhood onwards, or have a certain age, you know. And often those who try to do real good to other people also know there's resistance. So best is not to be born again. And then we need to cleanse our astral body at least sufficiently. It said if we die with name of God on our lips, with full concentration, God will lead us to moksha. But to have that full concentration, we need to have elaborated enough of the karma. So that's why physiology of the astral body is good. But I mentioned the 1/3 plane, which is we come with something, nothing changes, and we leave with the same. What is that? The soul, Atman. Our true nature is Satchidananda, pure being, pure consciousness, pure bliss. We came with that, nothing changes, and we leave with that. And that's the most important part. And even before full realization, it's already good that we have some experience on that plane. Why? Because that gives us confidence. This morning, Dr. Vikrant was talking about different anxieties we have. And one of the anxieties, I'm not good enough. And in yoga, we have sufficient reason to say we are not good enough. We should meditate more and we should be more concentrated. We should do pranayama more concentrated. We should do more asanas, more concentrated. We should do more bhakti yoga. We should take more time for scriptures. We should study Sanskrit and really learn it. We should be nice to everybody. We have so many duties, so much to do, and we find we don't really succeed fully. It's good to have this idea, I want to improve. And this mumukshutva, this yearning for liberation, is so important. But at the same time, we know that which is really, really, really important is always there. We don't have to create it, we are there. In that way, let's learn physiology of the body to do good to the body and to help our students to do good to their body. Let's also learn physiology of the astral body, including prana, nadis, chakras, including samskaras, including personality, and let's improve our astral body. And if we teach, let us teach in a way that the astral body of our students will have improvement. That's what stays for the next birth. And in the end, we can be quite at ease where Satchidananda now. Hariom Tat Sat.
Hariom Tat Sat. Thank you very much, Sukadev ji. If you want to listen to more lectures of Sukadev, you can go on yoga-vidya.de or on YouTube channel of Yoga Vidya, and there you will find a few hundreds or thousands of videos with Sukadev of lectures, even in English and in German. So that's fulfilling the mission of Swami Shivananda, spreading yoga all over the world, for which Sukadev dedicated all his life and founded Yoga Vidya for. Thank you very much. So the next speaker will be Amelia Rozzi from Italy. We met you yesterday already. So please talk about the archer and the bow, a yogic mindset.
Thank you. Thank you to all, and really honored to be here today. And I really thanks Sukadev and the Yoga Vidya, United Consciousness, and the ICCR for this opportunity. We are going to see about the archer and the bow, a yogic mindset, but what an archer and what a bow has got to do with yoga? What? They seem to be like a war, more thing. And yoga, we know, is about also more a peace and harmony. So what an archer and what a bow? They got to do with yoga. First of all, we have to say that yoga means, of course, unify. We all know very well. Yoga ha karma sukhaushalam. Yoga is the ability in action. And we know that the roads are many different, but the goal is one, only one. For the many different separated paths that it seems different, but they are all the same actually. They all lead into the same final goal. What it changes is the journey, depending on where we are. Sukadev was just brilliantly telling us about all the differences where we are born. On the casual body, we can find so much. But yoga and the teachers, the masters, they have to tell us a way to lead to the same final goal. How can we reach the final goal? First of all, we have to go per step. And the first thing is to go through asanas, pranayama. It's like is a proper like sadhana, is a walk towards the purification, because having a purified body and a purified mind elevate us and let us see much more clear the reality. Yesterday we've been also talking about this. How the masters, the great masters, used to teach. You know, everybody is born into a different level. How to speak to the different people, to let them understand what is behind the appearance. They used to teach and speak through metaphors and archetypes. So we can see that the myth and the archetype, they will explain a deep, a profound meaning just behind simple, clear things. I just escaped too much. I just would like to quote this beautiful sentence of Swami Shivananda Ji Maharaj. And it says, mythology explains and illustrates philosophy by means of legendary lives. Mythology is a concretized philosophy. Mythology is the science which investigates myth or fables or legends founded on remote events, especially those made in the early period of a people's existence. Mythology inspires the readers through precepts and laudable examples, and goads them to attain perfection or the highest ideal. So we need something that is might or a fable to inspire us, that can lead us towards purification, towards a higher level of consciousness. And if we look at some asanas, they're about that. They're just like metaphors also. They tell us a story. It's not just a physical asana. We are working on the 5 koshas. We are working on the 5 layers. It's much more than physical exercise. And we've been quoting this in all the lectures. So we have an asana working on a different level, depending also on where we are starting. And this is the great respect that yoga has. It works on the level where we are, and it leads us slowly and gently towards the final goal. So we have the archetype of the animals, like, for instance, Shimasana. We have many, many more we can see and quote. But today, we're talking about the archer. So let's focus about the archer. And of course, if we have to take inspiration, who do we have to think of, if not the 2 best well-known archers in the history? Who are they? Of course, they are Arjuna and Ram. So there is a small difference. We will see about that. First of all, let's see something about Arjuna. Oops. So we know all very well that Arjuna is the great hero of the Bhagavad Gita. He speaks directly to Lord Krishna, who leads him on the battlefield. But why Arjuna, a man, is so important? He's the greatest archer. Dronacharya, his master, was, we can say, like his favorite. We can't tell, but actually it was. So he has some qualities. An archer in general has got some qualities. Of course, Arjuna really was the master, the greatest of all this quality. What are the qualities of an archer? Strength. An archer has to be strong. Can you imagine to just pull this very strong old-made archer? We're not talking about the nowadays very light, easy, maybe easier than the oldest one. Then an archer had to be courage, of course. He has to go on battle. He must have willpower. He has a target, and he has to do anything in order to reach that target. He must have determination. He has to master his art. He has to have steadiness, flexibility, coordination, accuracy, concentration. Concentration, very important. And in a yoga, we have, of course, after the pratyahara, we have the dharana that takes us inside. It keeps us slowly towards the state of concentration. We have all sorts of techniques, trataka, keeps the mind focused. Can you imagine if an archer is not very much concentrate? These qualities are all qualities that a yogis is trying to achieve. It's not just Arjuna. The Bhagavad Gita doesn't just talk about Arjuna. It talks to us every single day, every single moment we open the book. So every day reminds us to build up this quality, this sadhana, through the regular sadhana, we are called to build up these qualities. And I must say something about the concentration, to be present also at the moment. I tell you a small incident. These qualities we need to be successful in life. But I tell you something really small that happened to me just few minutes ago. No, so I don't have to go too long time to remember about this incident. Through concentration, we really achieve a steady mind, and we can achieve our focus. But if we are not concentrated, if we are not present in the time being, we lose a lot of time. So we don't have to be Arjuna, we don't have to go on the battlefield, we don't have to be the bravest, the greatest archer, but let's think about our life. If we are not concentrated, we're not able to learn. We study and then we forget. We're not able to carry on our everyday life. I told you about the incident. Life is a great mother and is a great teacher, the greatest teacher of all. And when you think that you are there, well established, it reminds you that maybe you have to look better at yourself. So I had to go up on the third floor. So took the elevator, wait. I said, oh gosh, I'm late. No, sometimes everybody has it, no? And I was so thinking about whatever was going to come next, so away from the present moment that somebody pushed the fourth floor. I had to go to the third, didn't realize it, and go up. Oh gosh, I have to go down. But I said, oh, Amelia, you see, you have to be more careful, you have to be more present. So it hasn't finished. Life is much more a greater mother. I didn't go down. I went up all the way to the 7th floor. So I had to go down again. If I would have been present in that particular moment, I didn't have to waste time. I had to go straight away to the point and reach it right away. There is a beautiful story about this concentration. Probably you heard about it. When they were all young students, Dronacharya, the master of the Kaurava, the Pandava, used to teach them both to become great archers and brave and strong warriors. And he decided to create a bird out of a clay. And it took all of them, all the cousins, he put this little bird hanging on a tree, and he said, well, now take your arch and shoot at the eye of that bird. Yudhishthira was the first, of course, the oldest. Took the arch, ready, pull, was ready to pull, but Dronacharya said, no, wait. What do you see? I said, oh, dear master, what do I see? I see the tree. I see the bird. I see you. I see everybody. I said, okay, go. Don't shoot. And then, of course, was the turn of Duryodhana. Duryodhana ready to shoot. Ta. So what do you see? Duryodhana smart, he said, oh, dear master, I see you, I see the tree, I see the bird, no, go. And then he asked to everybody. And more or less the answer was the same. At the point, asked the last, but not the least, asked to Arjuna, what do you see? I. Dear master, I see the bird's eye. Oh, don't shoot. Shoot now. And everybody was laughing at him. He could see just the eye. But that's Dronacharya was inside very happy. Oh, great, finally. He was concentrating just on that particular spot. Not around, not a little bit more on the left, not a little bit more on the right, just at that point, at that target. So then, of course, self-discipline is fundamental for an archer, but for a yogi, for everyday life to be happy, joyful, steady. And detachment, vairagya. When you shoot, at the time the arrow leaves the bow, from the bow till the target, the bow does not belong to us anymore. It does belong to whatever. It does belong to the wind. Maybe a draft of wind that we didn't think of comes and shoots the arrow away. So we can do really our best, do your best and leave the rest. So we can do the best just before, but after the arrow is shot, it's not up to us anymore. So detachment, vairagya, we leave it. We don't want to hold just the results of the action. We do our, what is taught here is to do the best before and be happy with what you did. Okay. But then, and so we have like a posture. We said that it's an archetype. Everything is an archetype. We can find it also in the asanas. And of course, we have Akarna Dhanurasana. This is the arch. And then we have different kriyas we can do with the archer. But then, everybody knows, then when we perform the asanas, there is an asana called Dhanurasana. So before, we were performing the archer. We were performing like Arjuna. That's what we want to be, the archer, the person who has to be established, who has to work, present, and all the qualities we just mentioned. But there is an asana called Dhanurasana, and that's the arch. It's no more the archer. What is the arch? If before we were the archer and we were the performer, we were Arjuna, what is the arch? The arch is an archetype that is balance, harmony, is the relation between tension, relaxation. The arch cannot be too strong, too tight, otherwise it's difficult to shoot. But it's not to be too loose, otherwise the shoot will not come. It cannot be too long, otherwise it's not at the right height of the archer, but neither too short. A good harmony between strength and flexibility. Strength in our body, flexibility in our body, light, heavy, tension, relaxation. So the quality of the arch is harmony, balance. And when we are in harmony, in balance, we have to think to Ram. Do you remember at the beginning, we spoke about two great archers. We spoke about Arjuna, the performer, us, and now here Ram. Ram is the incarnation of Dharma, of righteousness, is the incarnation of the highest referential entity. But in the Dhanurasana, we are no more the archer, we are the arch. So the highest goal, slowly, is to become a mean that is used by the Dharma, by the righteousness, to shoot the arrow. So I was reading once, a good sadhana will lead us eventually to become just the means for, we lose all the egos and we become just the mean, just arch, no more the archer, but we have to pass through the archer. So to get some qualities that are necessary. So I thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your patience and for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Amelia. And next speaker will be Ms. Shubhada Joshi from India. And the topic changed a little bit to the program. She will talk about application of yoga and leadership skills. And Shubhada is a yoga master, national expert for yoga in India, and a professor.
Thank you very much. In the midst of a learned audience and the practitioners, I've been given this opportunity, and I would like to establish the connect between practice of yoga or application and utility of yoga for leadership. And this I will be doing on the basis of two ancient texts of Sanskrit. One is Arthashastra of Kautilya from 4th century BC, and another, of course, is Yoga Sutra. All of us sitting in this particular hall know about Yoga Sutra. Arthashastra we may not be knowing, but in a very brief way I will say that Arthashastra, it is a treatise about leadership, good governance, qualities of leadership, and the training of leader. So this is in nutshell, of course. What I will omit certain parts which are already referred to, the parts, the explanation about yoga, aspects of yoga, which will be repetitive. But what I will say is that Arthashastra, a treatise which is written in the 4th century BC, which talks about leadership and training of a leader, where the coursework mentions that the philosophies which are to be studied by the would-be king or the leader. Now the text is actually for training of a king, but in the modern context I am not referring king, I am referring to the person as a leader. So it is said that yoga, which is to be taught to the would-be king or the leader. And very interestingly, in Arthashastra, what is referred to is yoga of Maheshwara. And it consists, the steps which are included, or the steps which are mentioned in the notes, are not all the steps of Ashtanga Yoga, but what is mentioned is up to Pratyahara. Only it is Pranayama Pratyahara which is very categorically mentioned, and Dhyana Dharana Samadhi is not at all mentioned. Now, because Pranayama and Pratyahara is mentioned, we can logically infer that Yama, Niyama, Asana also must have been the part of training of a leader. So, Pratyahara, that is the withdrawal of the senses. Now I don't have to explain what Pratyahara to the learned audience. I don't have to explain even what Pranayama is. What is very significant is that Pratyahara is mentioned as a strong link between the Antaranga and the Bahiranga Yoga. Bahiranga, that is the external aspect of yoga, that is the first Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, and then comes Pratyahara. And then after Pratyahara, the later three stages which are usually referred to as Antaranga Yoga. So as the connect between the two. So due to the practice of this outer yoga, that is the Bahiranga Yoga, When one enters the inner yoga, then concentration on the single object is possible. At this stage, the ability to stop at one's own will, the fluctuations or modifications of mind become possible through constant practice of pratyahara. Now this I have taken from both the Yoga Sutra as well as Arthashastra of Kautilya. Now, what was the area common, and I was interested, is the part of training for a leader, why pratyahara was included. But as I said, it actually begins with yama niyama, ethical training, then it is the physical training. Now after ethical training and the physical training, then it is concentration, and then because a leader has to deal with so many dimensions, aspects, problems, situations, and also has to show the paths, work for the people, whether it is king or whether it is a prime minister or a president or a minister of any small state. If the person, the leader, has to work for the people, or for that matter, even those who are in the academics, administration, bearing responsibilities, they also have to prepare themselves, and therefore they have to be very ethical. Needless to say that they have to be ethical. To this learned audience, I don't have to explain what is the importance of it. So, yoga philosophy is the praxis which brings transformation in the personality. This is what is believed. Now, the word praxis, it means that it is not just the theory, but it is the thought which stimulates one into action. And when that action takes place, it results into the transformation. So, the point is that according to Arthashastra, that is the treatise which speaks about leadership, it says that this has to be the part of training, because if the ideal enlightened leadership is available, then any society, state or country will be able to make progress, not in a piecemeal way, but it will be important to bring transformation. This is what the text also says. So, what is the enlightenment according to Arthashastra, and how is it connected with yoga? The Sutra Rajarshi Vrittam says that a leader has to sacrifice 6 enemies, Arishadvarga Tyagena. The 6 enemies like Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Mada, Moha, Matsara. And further also enumeration goes on, Dambha, Alasya, Nidra, etc. But basically it is said that a leader has to have that balanced mind, and the leader should not be taken away by the 6 enemies like Kama, Krodha. So the footnotes in Arthashastra give the names of ancient leaders who were ruined, destroyed, and those who resulted into the annihilation of the kingdom, and they were destroyed along with their people. So lots of names are there, that this was the king who suffered from anger and therefore his kingdom vanished, etc., etc. The point is that the commentary is in a way, in terms of footnotes, elaborates that particular point. So it is Arishadvarga Tyagena, which is very important. The 6 enemies which are to be sacrificed. Now, since you are very familiar with yoga and you are also familiar with Sankhya philosophy, I can use the term, they are the Ghora Vrittis where either the tamas is excess, Ghora Vrittis where rajas is excess, and the Muda Vrittis where the tamas is excess. You know, Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, they are the 3 qualities, and that is the exposition of Sankhya philosophy, which is in a way aligned to yoga philosophy, because they are samana tantras. Now here commentary says that Well, a leader has to sacrifice the vrittis where there is excess of either rajas or tamas, and that excess can be reduced through practice of yoga. And a leader has to really practice yoga every day, asana, pranayama, pratyahara. So right from yama niyama up to pratyahara. But a leader is not supposed to enter into samadhi, because otherwise the leader will not be able to lead the people. Also, a leader is, that is, the teacher is not advising the leader to go. Actually, you know, there are stories which say that the guru has given the key up to progressing this much, and then the guru says, now I withdraw, because now you are supposed to do your duties. You are not here for liberation and enlightenment. Do your duties, just as Ramakrishna Paramahamsa did it with Vivekananda. He said, once I have given you that experience, now you can't ask me for that experience again. You have to work for people, you be in the midst of masses and work for the upliftment of people, and at the end, again, you may come back to me. So this actually is there in Arthashastra, where it is said that the training of leader has to be like this. So, my job is really, in a way, easy, because the audience here knows the philosophical background, Sankhya terminology, and also yoga. So, the control of 6 enemies is possible with the help of Yoga Shastras, and it is mentioned in Vidya Samuddesha. Vidya Samuddesha, it means that the coursework, the syllabi, which is recommended for the prince or recommended for the leader. And there it is said that a person has to study Lokayata or Bharhaspatya. It means that the empirical methodology, because he has to run the state. So he has to, in order to detect crime, in order to find out whether the enemies are preparing for invasion, all that, he has to follow the empirical method. Also, he has to be very rational in his decision making. And the yogic part of it, you know, it comes with intuition. It comes with some sort of enlightenment, where in the crisis, when the decision is difficult, then for such a leader, if a leader, a king, if he is a practitioner, then for such a leader, taking decision is easy. And therefore, the group which categorically mentions, it mentions Sankhya, it mentions Lokayata, and it mentions Yoga separately. Now, why is it that Sankhya and Yoga are mentioned separately? Because actually they form a combination. They are the dual schools. But then, as I said, the rational and the beyond empirical. As it is already mentioned, Vidya Samuddesha refers to the science of yoga as it is stated by Maheshwara, where Pratyahara and the stages prior to Pratyahara are mentioned. But you know, unfortunately, there is no detailed explanation of Maheshwara Yoga as it is referred in Arthashastra. And this is just a construct, not by me, but by some other Sanskrit scholars also. And according to Kautilya, critical thinking, that is anvikshiki, and yoga is a part of critical thinking, because a leader has to take so many decisions, and the decisions are so crucial that he has to use his reason in a very methodical way. So it's also important that it brings clarity to the intellect. So why is it that anvikshiki and yoga should be included? It is said that critical thinking is useful to the world. It is lokasya upakara, that is, it is very beneficial for the loka, the people. If a king is ruling king, and then for his people, such decisions are very useful. It controls one's vision, intelligence, and power to take decisions in difficult times. Vyasana means difficult times. So, during the prosperous times also, Abhyudaya. So in both positions, in Abhyudaya, that is the prosperous time, as well as in the calamities, a leader has to think with equanimity, samatva buddhi. And this is possible by practice of yoga. This is what Arthashastra very categorically says. And therefore, I thought that, let me put this connect here before the learned audience. And the earlier presentation, the scholar referred to India's present Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, who is a practitioner. And he keeps his cool in calamities, Vyasane, and also in Abhyudaya. So whether it is some threat or whether it is some opportunity for prosperity, that cool is actually the part of training of yoga. And it is asana, pranayama, and then the antaranga practice, of course, is the grace of Guru. And antaranga practice actually is so, such a learned leader takes help of his ministers, heads of departments, tries to improve not only the internal peace but also for prosperity. So, in the daily routine of a king, as it is mentioned, how the timetable of a leader or a king is very, very exhaustive. As we might all have read, maybe Prime Minister or President of any country, how much time the Prime Minister or the President would experience leisure or sleep? Not more than 3 or 4 hours at the most. And the ministers have to really work. And for that matter, not just the Prime Minister, but the entire machinery working under the Prime Ministerial office has to be like the leaders. You know, I just remembered one video clip where the Foreign Minister of India, S. Jaishankar, he mentioned it's early night, 1:30, the clock is showing 1 o'clock or 1:30, and he receives a phone call. And on the phone call, he is asked, "Are you awake?" And it's a call from Prime Minister. Means he is awake. He is asking his colleague whether you are also awake because I have some urgent work for you. So the machinery, the entire machinery also has to be very alert. And there is a saying in Sanskrit, Yatha Raja Tatha Praja. It means just as the leader is, so the followers will be. Sukadev ji is running this ashram, explaining things, conducting things, guiding, and therefore all of us are benefited. So the leader is very important. And the leader, one who really sticks to the goal. So what it says is the qualities for the leader, like Utsaha Shakti, energy. A leader has to be very, very energetic. And it is the practice of yoga which really gives that energy. In the decision making, what is said is that, and there is a very beautiful saying, it is Kriya Vaisharadyam Chakaroti. Kriya Vaisharadyam, it means that action which is to be taken in the light of the situation, the interpretation which is done with the reason, with the intellect, also with the insight, the intuition, and that brings the clarity. Vaisharadya, it means that ultimately, finally brings the clarity. And therefore, what is very important here is that the yoga, which is very, very useful for leadership, it is not just only for the head of the state, but it is also for any person in the leading position. automatically the followers also start practicing it. It automatically controls the kama, krodha, lobha, mada, moha, matsara, and therefore it also controls the bad practices like corruption. And well, people ask what is the utility of yoga. Arthashastra says that amongst the vidyas, the most important vidya which needs to be practiced by the leader is yoga vidya. And a daily routine, 1.5 hours is assigned for the practice of yoga for the leader. And the daily routine is absolutely exhaustive. What diet the leader has to take, it's not the will or wish of the king. You know, king has all the authority and power. But he will have to take the advice from the medicine person, the Vaidya. And looking at the routine and the prakriti of the king, the medicine person would give the advice, and accordingly the king has to really take the food. This is how a king has to, that is a leader, has to be, leader has to behave in a very controlled way, cannot act as per one's own sweet will. And as a practitioner of yoga, if the leader is enlightened, then the people also are enlightened. So the leader always says, my pleasure, my happiness lies with the happiness and the pleasure of my people. And therefore, whatever I am practicing for the betterment of others. This is a very important dimension of yoga, which is brought in by Arthashastra, which is a treatise for leadership. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this wonderful lecture, Shubhada. And now we are changing to live online Zoom with Dr. Durgadas Savant. Can you hear me? Er kann mich nicht hören. Okay, good. So we are changing to Mumbai to Dr. Durgadas Savant from the Yoga Vidya Niketan in Mumbai. Om. Please don't talk inside the room because the sound is not so good.
Namaste to all the global yoga lovers. Thank you. And thanks to organizers for inviting me in such a August gathering over here.
Eingefroren.
Quality of the asanas rather. But in Hatha Yogic tradition, so many asanas were defined, by observing the nature, by observing the living creatures as well as the non-living, objects. They took the shape of the body from that point of view immediately. They found how hugely it is dedicated to body-mind concept. So also, as there are innumerable asanas, similarly, there are various pranayams which are Ashtakumbha are well known. And another very great contribution of Podiumsdiskussionen tradition was the mudra and bandha. Actually, bandha are included in the mudra. All the bandha are mudra also. And I will just share my screen.
No, I didn't do anything. The screen is being shared.
Okay, wir lassen es.
So, mudras are just symbols. So these are the various symbols. That's one of the meanings. Of course, the currencies. And this is very important. These are mudra from the classical music and the classical dance. It's here also in dance also. Symbol is one of the meanings. And the emotional expression, to the gesture is another thing. So we can say that symbol, currency, or the natural scene, or the gesture, then the expression of emotion, they can be different meanings of the mudra. In yogic tradition, however, mudarati is mudra, that is one which gives the happiness is mudra. There is one of the definition or expression. So we may say any pleasurable psychosomatic, action can be or posture can be considered as mudra. Regarding mudra, it is claimed that it leads to supernatural power, or what is known as Siddhi. That's why it is prescribed, or rather the teachers or the yoga gurus are warned that before teaching this mudra, you just get the ethical level of the disciples. Don't just every now and then teach this mudra to anybody, since he should not misuse the supernatural power for Siddhi. And some may argue other way that because of not keeping the technique open, many would have got extinct. Yes, there is a point in that, but simultaneously we should understand another point, that now today's world, in medical science, somebody has to give admission for the kidney surgeon or nephrologist, let us say. No ethical metrics is done, only because how much 4 years done in this year graduation, and then MS for the post graduation, kidney specialist and all that. And now we find many kidney, issues wherein a kidney is taken out from a poor person and then it is sold for, billions to the rich people, something like that. So that way what they said is correct. See, Hastamudra is well known, differently the 5 fingers are concerned with the 5 Mahabhuta, Prithvi, Jala, Agni, Vayu, Akash, that is the earth, water, air, the fire and the ether, what we understand it as. Then there are different mudra, Jnana mudra and Shunya mudra and Vayu mudra and all that. But so far the Yogic literature is concerned, those Hasta mudras are not, included.
Das könnten wir jetzt.
Maybe they find a solution now for the sound.
Meditation is more focused in the mind concentration, inner concentration, whatever the way, we are trying to keep it up. But now, so what the mudra is concerned, it is very serious in this way. All these kriya, asana, then pranayama, meditation has got some But so far mudra is concerned, there are no such compartments, no such definition. Based on the technique, but other any technique, other all such techniques, Kriya-like technique, can be Asana-like technique, Bandha-like technique, Pranayama-like technique, meditation-like technique, but if it is concerned with awakening of the Kundalini, that's a spiritual concept in tradition, then it is classified as a mudra. Similarly, in background of today's modern science, one which has direct impact on the endocrine system and nervous system, they are categorized as mudra. And so all these other categories like Kriya, Asana, Bandha, Pranayama, meditation, if at all it has a direct impact on the endocrine system and nervous system, then they can be included under the category mudra. So that's the understanding. And that's why, although other practices have got a clear-cut definition, airtight, a compartment, but so far mudra is concerned, it's very open. In the Hatha Pradipika, one of the well-known Hatha Yoga texts, the 10 mudras are described. The shlok, it says, Mahamudra, Mahabandho, Mahavedasya Ketani, Udiyanam Mulabandha Tato, Jalandhara Vyata, Karana Yukarita, Vajroni Shakti Jalanam. So this particular flow or aphorism mentions all these 10 mudras. They are known as Dasha mudra. That is the decade of mudra. And regarding mudra, it is said, these 10 mudras can keep the aging away and avoid or destroy the death. So we should not take the literal meaning, but we can say that the death can be delayed. That is the real understanding. And it is said that's why they should be kept secret. They should not be taught to, every now and then to anybody. Just as we, take care of some jewels, by keeping it in some box and treasury facility, but we call like that. That is right. Before going for these Hatha Pradipika mudra, another well-known Hatha Yogic literature is Viranda Samhita. And Viranda Samhita has described 25 mudras. It includes all the 10 mudras described by Hatha Pradipika. So apart from Mahamudra, then Namo Mudra is there, Uriyan, Jalandhar, Mulabandha, Mahabandha, Mahaveda, Ketari, they were described in the Hatha Pradipika 10 mudras also, but you prescribed also, but Yoni Mudra, Vajroni Mudra was also there, Shakti Jalini was also, Taragi, Manduki Mudra, Shambhavi Mudra, Pancha Dharana, this is called, there are 5 numbers, they are concerned with Pancha Mahabhut, the earth, water, air, fire and the ether element. So there are Panchadharana, they are also included under mudra as per the Viranda Samhita. Ashwini Mudra, Pashini Mudra, Kaki Mudra, Matangi Mudra, Bhujangini. These are the 25 mudras that what this particular slok talk about. So once again, we will go back to some of the mudra now. Of course, time limitation is there. And so within this time restriction, we would like to understand and also through the demonstration some of the mudra. So I will request the demonstration can be considered as. So the demonstrator, Yatindra Jawan, Yatindra will lie on his back. It's a supine position practice to bring that mudra. This is the initial relaxation state, as you know, because unlike warm-up in exercise and other activities, yoga describes relaxation at a physical and mental level. So, initial relaxation posture is very important in yogic practices. So, slowly he is taking the legs near. All the movements, yogic movements are slow, steady, controlled, unlike the exercise movement and near. And by contracting the abdominal muscles, rather the rectal muscles, slowly he is raising his legs together. 90 degree and then raising the buttocks. It's a continuous movement, slow movement as per one's capacity, as per the flexibility of the spine. The legs are allowed to be parallel to the ground, and then the elbows are folded to place the wrist behind the waist. And with that, slowly once again from hip to heel, the legs are made perpendicular. All the movements are very slow. When they are perpendicular from hip to heel, it is actually physical mudra. So it is differentiated from the Sarvangasana, when the entire trunk is lifted up from the shoulder. And Sirsasana, of course, and stand posture is completely different. So this is the physical mudra. And slowly I am asking him to release through the benefits, because the blood, especially the venous, varicose veins and the piles and the abdominal organs, their blood circulation is improved, the poison is removed, drained properly, and obviously all the organs, abdominal organs get rejuvenated, their function is improved, whether it is diabetes or indigestion, breathing problem, etc. However, for a heart patient and high blood pressure is contraindicated. Okay. So we see another practice which is Udiyana Bandha. It's a bandha. Actually, the bandhas are described in the Yogic tradition. As I said, all the bandhas are coming under mudra. The Udiyana Bandha is, of course, in pranayama, in Prabandha, it's a positive pressure Udiyana Bandha during a Bandha form that is understood separately. But this is the general mudra which is negative pressure. So the knees are folded, palms are placed, breathe in fully, breathe out completely, giving an arch shape, holding the breath, relaxing the abdomen, expand the chest. A negative pressure is created in the chest cavity. And so abdomen is getting started. To release chest down first, then the air is allowed to get breathed in and normal breathing. Many rounds of this Udiyana can be done. Udi means actually fly. So really at a spiritual level, the Kundalini is flying or the prana is taken upward as a little bit. And apart from prana, it's a spiritual concept, of course, in Yogic tradition. Even if you consider our modern medicine or modern science, since the negative pressure is created in the chest cavity and the abdomen is lifted up, all the abdominal organs are highly activated. That's why they tell you, 1 will live 100 years if you perform. Or they say, Udhopi Tarunaya, means an old man will turn young. That's what they have claimed. It's a very poetic discussion. But we should not take it seriously. If all old people are becoming young, then they will also mess. So it's the rule of nature that the old man will turn old and one day they will die, so that the space will be available for the youngster. But the real meaning is that even at the older age, one will turn a leaf in inner organs, which is so functional, so vital, because of the drainage of the poison out of the negative pressure. Now the next practice we are going to see here is Mahamudra. So the Sonali is legs are together and hands by the side of the trunk, and then left leg is folded vertically, then horizontally, so that the heel is fixed in the perineum. So automatically the movement is applied. That's the technique. And then palm on the other leg, and slowly get back and start stretching from the joint. Just like the Ardha Paschim Dhanasana, Villanasana, or somebody call it Janusirasana. So hooking the hips, so chin is up. And now breathe in fully, or let us say Purak like. Like, you know, it's a pranayama-like component. And then Jalandhara holding the breath. Jalandhara, that is chin rock, and abdomen is sucking positively. That is Uddiyana. It's a positive pressure Uddiyana, of course. So this is the Kumbhaka, which prevents the movement is also, energy is also contracted. So order because initially it is contracted. Now, you release Jalandhara and slowly to raise chakra. Yes. Breathe out, then come back. Come back. Then same thing is done on the other. So equal number of cycles or rounds are done on both units. Then the balance. Balance is very important, you know. If you do 5 cycles on this side, 5 cycles on the other side. Like that. So this is the Maha Mudra. Okay. I will ask her to release because it is some sort of time. So the another mudra is Mahabandha. So Mahamudra, over all these mudras they have claimed that it will get rid of the aging and it will delay the death. Such benefits are described there. So here it is like Ardha Padmasana, but the first leg is placed, you know, just like that, just as previous. The heel touching both the legs are together. And then say one leg, right leg is folded and the heel is fixed in the perineum. And then other leg is twisted. And then palm over the knee, that is known as Drona Mudra. And so it's a pranayama-like technique. So Pura, that is breathing. And then Jalandhara Bandha, Uddiyana or Uddiyana Bandha. So movement is already there. So it's a Tribandha, Kumbha with Tribandha. That's what it is. And they release Jalandhara Bandha and slowly they chakra. And this can be repeated again and again. Another mudra is Mahaveda. The literature says if Mahaveda is not done, the waste mudra, that is Mahamudra and Mahabandha won't be to die. It will be waste. That's what they say. So here, slight difference. Again, the legs are taken together. One leg is the heel is fixed in the perineum, and then other leg is Ardha Padmasana like twisted. And the first part is same. Mulvand is there. Pura, that is breathing. Jalandhara Bandha, Uddiyana Krishna. And the only difference is that palms are taken by the side of the hip, and the hips are by the side of the hip. By the side of the hip, or on the side of the hip. Okay. Rather, the perineum is hit to the heel. You know, the one leg is down. Perineum is hit to the heel. It is harder there. And literally it will awake the Kundalini. It will make the movement to take the palm pran towards the upper, you know, or the chakra in Kundalini. That's what it is claimed. Okay. Really. So, there are certain mudras which are designed now very recently. Our Institute Yoga Meisterinnen and our Guruji, who passed away just 1.5 years back at the age of 96, he was awarded Padma Shri by Indian government. So that was involved Guruji. And he designed some mudras, you know, very the mudras and highly beneficial in today's world to get rid of the stress and whatnot. So both our demonstrators, Sonali and Jatinderji, will be demonstrating. Sit in any asana, any meditative posture they are sitting. And first one is Yuva Bandha, tongue lock. The entire tongue is stuck to the upper palate and the mouth is open wide like a crocodile. So the sternum, the fold below the tongue is getting erect. And breathing is done to the nose, the part of mouth is open. Okay, release. Then few mudra. The tongue is completely out. A good state at the root of the tongue. The jaws are open wide. Few is the lion, so it is like lion. Again, with nasal breathing, some 3 breaths or so release. This will be repeated 3 to 5 times, but because we are running short of time, you won't see that. Release it. Release it. Yeah. Let us assume that it is repeated 3 to 5 times. And now Brahma Mudra. The Lord Brahma has 4 heads as per the Indian Quran. And so turn the neck towards right side. as far as possible, whatever extent you can. Close, the eyes are closed, and breath, awareness. Some 5 breaths it is maintained. Now I won't ask them to listen for 5 minutes. 5 breaths, I will ask them to release, because we are running short of time. Yeah, and continue on the other side. Very slow movement. Actually do neck movement, no shoulder or no waist. And eyes are closed and awareness of breath. Feel inhalation, exhalation, 1 cycle of breath. Again inhalation, exhalation, 2nd cycle of breath. Like that. Okay, come back. Slowly the chin is stretched out. Very slowly. Good stretch below the chin. Raise. Raise the chin up. Raise the chin up. Here also it is maintained. It is to be maintained for 5 minutes. But now I ask him to release. Yeah, release. And then slowly press the chin. It is not bending forward. The shoulder to spine is straight. That's why the meditative posture is there. Just pressing as per one's capacity. And again, yeah, release. So this together is one, step. And such more steps can be done. And all these psychosomatic disorders, they can be dealt with because stress is the root cause of the diseases. Unless we deal with the stress, really we are not dealing with the disease. So very, very important. So once again, I thank the organizers for giving this wonderful opportunity to me personally and our Institute Yoga Meisterinnen as a whole. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jonas. Thank you for your special presentation. So Mudra is a special subject, not very known, and thank you for your insights, for your demonstration. Thank you very much. For hearing during the conference. Thank you.
Om Namah Shivaya. So maybe we can have some more light now for normal talk. So thank you very much. So we will have now a little time, a little bit less than planned, but we took some time because of the technical problems. So now we will have a little round of questions and answers, which will be led by Professor Jaya Raman. So please.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Through the mic. Is it audible? Through the mic? Okay. Okay. So we had 4 talks in this session, and I have summarized the 4 talks again in a shloka, in a verse, in a Sanskrita shloka. Sukshma yogam dhanur yogam yoga netrutvam cha mudra yogam prakashyadya kritartha yoga vittamaha. There were 4 yogas that were discussed in this 4 talks by very eminent speakers. Sukshma Yogam by Shukadevji. I call it Sukshma Yoga because the subtler dimensions of yoga, where the importance was because while I summarize, you can recollect and frame your questions. That's why I am giving you this summary. Sukshma Yogam by Shukadevji, and then Dhanur Yogam. So the yoga of bow and arrow, of archery, was presented by Amelia ji. And then Yoga Netrutvam Evacha, leadership through yoga. That dimension was highlighted by Professor Shubhada ji. And then finally by our Durgadas Sawant ji, we saw Mudra Yogam. So Mudra Yoga was brought forth with practical demonstration. Prakashya Adya, they threw light on this today in this session. Kritarthaha, they have excelled in their duty of discussing this topic. Yoga Vittamaha, all these are excellent yogis who have shared their insights on Sukshma Yoga, Dhanur Yoga, Yoga Netritva and Mudra Yoga, and now the floor is open for Prashna Yoga, the yoga of questions. Yes.
So first question is from you, Sushma Yoga. Sushma Yoga, how is it different from the normal yoga? And Dhanur Yoga, is it just the bow and arrow pose like Purna Dhanurasana and Ardha Dhanurasana? And so far I only understood that mudra is like, some poses, like this, but not asana. But mudra seems to be like an asana. So all these three questions.
Sir, before that, I will clarify. I created these 4 kind of categories just to summarize the exposition. The Dhanur Yoga as such, she spoke about the Dhanurasana, and Shukadevji spoke about the subtler dimensions, nadis. So then I classified it as Sukshma Yoga. Just the nomenclature was coined now. So yeah, just a clarification.
So thank you very much for that question. What is Sukshma Yoga? Well, yoga has different aspects. It has physical aspect like Stula Yoga. We do things with the physical body. But when we do things with the physical body, also something happens with the Sukshma Sharira, with the astral body. So it's important if one teaches yoga, if one practices yoga, one practices in a way it will be good for the physical body, and it will be good for the psychic body, and it will be good for higher awareness. That's maybe the biggest difference between yoga and sports. Yoga and sports are both good for the physical body. So Stula is there. But yoga also is for the astral body, for prana, nadis, chakras, for how you feel what is happening to your mind. So that is not different, but any yoga is always Sukshma Yoga. But the yoga has to take care of the subtle principles. Dhanur Yoga?
Dhanur Yoga. Dhanur Yoga. We've been using the Dhanur, the arch, in order to speak about a symbology, and then to become like a mean in the highest hands. So that's the way. Was it enough, or did you mean other? More. Okay. We've been speaking about basically what is the arch. The arch is the symbol, really, of harmony. Because it's like the Buddha said, the right way is in the middle. Something. Whoever plays an instrumental chord knows very well that if the chord is too tight, it won't play. It will break, and a lot of money they go because they're really expensive. So, if we want to turn to our body, if we work too tight and we are really in tension, we might break. Even when we do our sadhana, if we are tense too much, and sometimes we want to reach I don't know what, no, and struggle towards it, we might be able to break. Sukadevji before was saying, sometimes we have some injuries on the mat. But this is part of the learning anyway, it's part of the walking. And then going back to the arch, going back to our instrumental, if the chord is too tight, it breaks. But if also is too loose, it won't play. Means that we are not working at the best of our ability. And that's the right middle, not too loose, not too tight.
The balance.
Thank you.
Regarding mudras?
Yeah, Durgadas ji is not there, so I take the... So with regard to the mudras, the derivation of the term mudra as per the Hatha Yoga Pradipika Jyotsna commentary by Brahmananda. It is mudrayati shamayati kleshan iti mudra. So the practice of that which pacifies the various afflictions beginning from the body to the mind. So that is mudra. And basically there are two types that was mentioned by the presenter. Two types of mudras we can see. One is the set of 10 mudras that you find in Hatha Yoga Pradipika, classical 14th century text, where Mahamudra, Mahabandha, Mahavedha, Khechari, Udyanam, Mulabandha, Bandho, Jalandhara, Vidaha, Karani, Viparitakhya. So all these 10 mudras which are specific body postures with implications on the arousal of Kundalini. So that is there in Hatha Yoga Pradipika. In Gheranda Samhita, 25 mudras are mentioned. This is one type of textual mudras backed with textual references and description, which is positioning of the body in various ways, essentially to awaken Kundalini. There are other types of mudras that was also mentioned by, this is the classical mudras as per the Hatha tradition. There are other mudras which are hand gestures, so which come in various ways, and it is more in the practice tradition rather than in the literature. And there are so many such mudras which are well known in the Natya Shastra also, where they do that mudras. So these are the two types of mudras that we can see. And in the current day practice, both these mudras, the confluence of both the mudras can be found for beneficial various benefits of health. So this is a framework of mudras that we have from the yoga literature, sir.
My question was that how mudra is different from asana. Here I saw they are the same, for this one.
So yes, that was the classical difference between mudra and asana is, asanas can be done without the bandhas. So I can just position my body and then just stay. So that becomes asana. So various configuration of the limbs of the body. So that is asana. But when the three bandhas are incorporated in it, Jalandhara bandha, Mula bandha and Udyana bandha are incorporated, so which plays a role in pushing the prana into the Kundalini. When in any specific asana, efforts are taken into pushing the prana into the Kundalini, that graduates to being called as mudra. So that was demonstrated by the practitioners also, where the instructor asked the practitioner to do all the bandhas in the posture.
So if you can just in 1 minute explain a little bit about bandha and how it is done.
Sir, bandhas are 3. Jalandhara bandha, Mula bandha and Udyana bandha. One more bandha was also mentioned, Jihva bandha. 4 basic bandhas are there in the yoga, Hatha Yoga literature, Hatha Yoga Pradipika especially. So Jalandhara bandha is on inhalation, on inhaling, the chin is tucked. So yes, this is Jalandhara bandha when the breath is within. So bandhas and mudra, especially the bandhas, have various variations as to where the breath is. In various traditions there are significant variations, but I go by what the text says. One goes back to Hatha Yoga Pradipika, what you will see if you open the book. So that I can say. On inhalation, after inhalation, Purakante tu kartavyaha bandho jalandhara vidha. After Puraka, after completing the Puraka, the chin tuck is done. And then Purakante rechakadau kartavyastu uddiyanakaha. After completing the Puraka, but before commencing the rechaka, the Udyana, that is the pulling the abdomen back, has to be done. And then with regard to the Mula bandha, the third bandha where the anus is constricted, pulled in, so it has both ways, both with inhalation or after inhalation or after exhalation, both can be done. But in the context of pushing the prana into the Kundalini, all these are done with the breath within. Only then, when the breath is within, then only can these 3 bandhas. So what happens is the prana is pushed down and apana is pulled. So prana is pushed, the philosophical or the purpose of the 3 bandhas is, by Jalandhara bandha, prana is pushed down. And then by Mula bandha, apana is raised up. and then by Udyana Bandha, Prana Apana Sanyoga happens, and then the further pulling in of the prana happens, and then it is led into the Sushumna. So this Prana Apana Sanyoga especially is called as Hatha Yoga. Pranapanayor Aikyalakshanaha Pranayamaha Hatha Yogaha. So actually it's a very significant question where the entire Hatha Yoga is summarized by this question, sir.
The last question from Joshi ji. You have seen yoga grow, the first one to start in teaching in University of Mumbai.
Sorry?
I'm saying you were the first one to start teaching, and you have seen yoga grow since.
Yeah.
So how yoga has really helped in shaping leadership in India or in any other country or across the world?
It certainly helps if one keeps practicing it. Everyday practice is very essential. And I always used to tell my students that there is no holiday in either practice of virtue or even practice of asanas or even practice of pranayama. The students benefit a lot. And as I mentioned, Pradnya Kriya Vaisharadyam Chakaroti, it means that actually the intellect, the action, and the clarity of the intellect and the action actually is experienced not only by the person who is doing and experiencing it, but also by others, those who are benefiting it. So this is a very significant thing. If the students start practicing it, the way they express and the way they study and then appear for the examination and they come out with flying colors, definitely speaks for their commitment to this yoga. Because in philosophy department, there was one full paper. Half the paper carried the practice sessions and half the paper for the theory. And we have made it almost compulsory. We had made provision for the room for asanas and yogic practices. And all our students, those who had studied yoga as both theory and practice, they experienced it. And we always had asked for their feedbacks. And the feedback from the students was always very, very encouraging. Now, if we go to other types of leaders and leadership, for example, the leader in any, say for example, I was working as a professor and head department. There was a clerk in my department. My department was a very, very small department, started after 137 years in Bombay University for the first time. It was a very small department. I wanted to work, I wanted to reach out, I wanted to make people know about our own legacy, culture, philosophy. Now, that was my enthusiasm. The clerk working in the department one day came to my office saying, "Why is it that you work so relentlessly? Don't you have your house to take care of?" I am stuck in the office. I said, "You better sit quiet." Then I said, "If you are so tired, lie down here. I will give you instructions for Shavasana. You will feel relaxed. And then be fresh and start working." It happens. Yoga always works as a stress buster. But then one has to have that particular drishti, that particular lookout. And I used to tell my students that at times you may forget asana, but don't forget yama and niyama as a practice. Because majority were girl students. And I used to tell them, you will marry, you will have a house, and at times you will be bored by doing all that tedious household chore. But at that time, if you are able to keep calm, even while upbringing children. Now, my girl students used to laugh at that time because young age, at the age of 20, 21, hey, what is the connect between yoga and later positions in life? I told them that you don't forget to practice yama and niyama. So, your kriya vaisharadya, it means that your practice indicating the refinement in your behavior should be noticed by others, and the others should ask you what has brought the change. And then you may say it is philosophy in general, but yoga philosophy in particular. So, I have anecdotes and anecdotes to tell you, but my point is that at any stage, whenever we are practicing it, and I myself was practitioner of yoga right from my childhood. So it's not that I just am giving the theory part of it. And it happens in our country because it is not just yoga Patanjali or Hatha yoga, but there is bhakti yoga, there is karma yoga, there is jnana yoga. And I used to tell my students all those things, the leaders who benefited by karma yoga, those who benefited by, say for example, Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak. He was imprisoned for 6 long years, and how was the barrack? It used to be called Anda Cell. It means that the barrack had a big wall, and on that level there used to be a small window where sometimes the sunlight would peep in. And in Myanmar, it was either extreme cold or it was either extreme heat. Under such situations for 6.5 years, and he is writing commentary on Bhagavad Gita, sitting in the prison, and the food was given was a bread, that is bhakri, and very thin watery dal, that too mixed with onion. And Tilak had taken a vow not to have onion, because those were the days where many people avoided onion and garlic. And he had taken that vow. He just used to soak that bread in the water and used to eat it. Now, how much power he must have, power of yoga, that he could survive physically, he could survive mentally, and more than that, spiritually, because he could write a commentary on Bhagavad Gita. I always used to tell my students, because I used to teach them some Gita Rahasya, I used to tell them, look at the power of yoga. So many freedom fighters of India, say for example Savarkar, and torture which he had undergone, because he had practiced yoga, he did not succumb to that torture. Because it was the inner energy. It was not just the physical energy, but as he said, Kundalini and the power coming from Kundalini. So benefits are beyond doubt. And it may be yoga where we may start at the age of 6 or 7 and we may go on doing till we die, as Sukadev ji said, till we leave our body, or even after body, when we leave the body. It was very, very thought-provoking in the sense it was like an eye-opener that yoga and all the yogic texts say so, that whatever we are accumulating, whatever good practices, whether it is at the physical level, at the mental level, at the spiritual level, they all are carried further. So nothing is in vain actually, and we may be able to practice this much, we will be benefited. This much, we will be benefited. This much, the amount of practice, it's just like study. Whether you aspire for top position, or whether the mid position, or just the border position, or not even border below. So yogic practices, and I always used to tell the students that look at the yoga in a very holistic way. Don't just concentrate only on asanas, but it is yama, niyama, asana, then pranayama, and pratyahara. Forget about the later 3. Because in the initial stages, these are the things which will discipline the life and which will really create very, very sensitive, intelligent, clear, the students or the people having clarity. And that's why I always like that expression from Kautilya Arthashastra, Kriya Vaisharadyam cha karoti. It's a beautiful expression. What sort of clarity is there when we practice yoga? And even if for some time we are not able to, still that clarity continues. Thank you very much for your very thought-provoking question.
There will be no meditation now, so we will have more time for questions, so you're invited to ask more questions, please.
So Devji mentioned about subtle body. Would you like to speak more about Anandamaya Kosha? So Devji would like to speak, or Jayaramanji, anybody would like to answer?
Maybe a few thoughts about that. Well, you all are familiar with the model of the 5 koshas: physical body, the Annamaya kosha made of food, Pranamaya kosha made of prana, Manomaya kosha made of the mind, Vijnanamaya kosha made of intellect and ego, and above that you have Anandamaya kosha. Now, Anandamaya kosha is hard to describe in words because Anandamaya kosha is beyond words. It's hard to describe in a way of time and space because it's beyond time and space. Still, there are 2 aspects of Anandamaya kosha. One is it's also karana sharira. This means that the karmas are which we still have to reap. So in a way we can't really describe. In the Anandamaya kosha, the seeds of the karmas are there beyond time and space, and then they have to go until they become our prarabdha karma in the physical and astral plane. And another part is when you go in deeper meditation and you have the feeling of joy, but you are not really in your true self, then this is reflected in Anandamaya kosha. Also, when you get deeply inspired and you get higher intuitions, it also comes from Anandamaya kosha. Another aspect is when we're in the physical, when we're awake, then we are in all the koshas. When we're in the dream state, then we're only in the astral body plus in the causal body, and in deep sleep then we're in Anandamaya kosha, but unfortunately without full awareness. Otherwise, deep sleep plus awareness is samadhi.
Just add to what Shukadevji said. While Anandamaya kosha, as he rightly said, is something beyond, transcendental, in Brahmanandavali, 5 limbs of Anandamaya kosha has been given. Tasya priyameva shiraha, modo dakshinah pakshaha, pramoda uttarah pakshaha, ananda atma, brahmapuchham pratishtha. 5 ways in which you can, means we are still at the stage of Yamaniyama or even Asana Pranayama. Can we have a glimpse of that Anandamaya kosha? Even without setting foot into Yoga Vidya Ashrama or any yoga institute also, in our day-to-day life, we have glimpses of that Anandamaya experience. Tasyaiva Anandasya matram upajivanti. Means there is an endless reservoir of Ananda of which every day we get glimpses in our day-to-day life. What is that? Priyam. We undergo at least 3 experiences we can connect with Ananda. That which really gives us bliss, kind of great happiness. Something that we desire to have, means within the ethical boundaries. I like certain things. So when we think about Priya Chintana Janyam Priyam. So Priya is described in our Shastras as something that we like. For example, I would like to go on a long holiday and want to trek somewhere, do the trekking. The very thought of it, we just get transported into it. So it's simple, common experience. This, the Shastra says, Tasya priyameva shiraha. The Anandamaya Kosha's head, you can visualize as this. Thinking about something which is pleasurable, which will give you real happiness. You want to attain, but you can still imagine and visualize that. So that is also a sprinkling or a small spark of ananda that you can undergo in your life. And then modo dakshina pakshaha. So you had visualized, imagined about your holiday, and then finally you booked your ticket and landed in the tourist spot. So attaining the thing that is desired, that creates a certain moda, pleasure. Finally, for example, if it is in South India, I have reached Ooty, or in North India, I have reached Kulu, Manali. I reached that place. All these are the places where people go for cool and happy experiences, or at least the Kashmir, the Dal Lake and the snow and other things. So just landing, finally I have come to my desired destination. So attaining Priya Putradi Darshana Lakshanam Yat Sukham Saha Modaha. That is the definition. So just the son has traveled abroad and then he returns on a holiday. The first, and just looking at the son, my son or my daughter has come back. Just looking at them, certain happiness on attaining the object of pleasure. So that is moda. If you experience it, you are experiencing, you are having glimpses of Anandamaya Kosha. So if you have priyam, if you have certain cherished desires and you are happy visualizing it, it is a glimpse of Anandamaya Kosha. If you see something, if you finally attain something that gives you happiness, the looking at it or the first interaction with it gives you pleasure, you are having the glimpse of Anandamaya Kosha. And then pramoda uttara pakshaha. Then on reaching your destined tourist spot, you go for a walk, you go for a horse ride, you go for a skiing, or you just enjoy all those wonderful sights. You go for the sightseeing. So you are enjoying, experiencing the object of desire. So the son comes back from abroad, the daughter comes back after a long time, the mother cooks the desired food, feeds, and sees happiness in the child, the son or the daughter. That is again another glimpse of Ananda. So don't think that Ananda is beyond your grasp. Every day, for the initiated, the uninitiated in yoga, everyone is having the glimpse of Ananda, but they don't know. Anandam prapya na viduhu anandam prapannaha iti. Means we are experiencing glimpses of Ananda, but we don't know that this comes from a very vast reservoir of Ananda. But the Shastra says, the real Ananda comes from Brahmapucham Pratishtha. These are glimpses. The holiday season will end. The return ticket is booked. The son who has, or the daughter who has come on a holiday will have to go back to work. So these are glimpses which will vanish. But if you want perennial Ananda, Brahmapucham Pratishtha, be established in the Brahman, which is unconditional. It is within yourself. So this is the truth of Anandamaya Kosha that is given as part of the Brahmananda Valli.
So if I just may add one little sentence, in the end, all joy comes from within. So the joy is not coming because of external things, but external things can only make that the joy from within will be experienced.
Sir.
A big Ananda is one person desire, wishes for a Ferrari. I want a Ferrari. And one day he want a Ferrari. And we put the Ferrari and give for the other person. Porque pergunta a si próprio, o que é mais melhor do que ter este Ferrari? É dá-lo a outra pessoa.
Sadhguruji says that one day the person thinks, what would be best than to have this Ferrari? And then he comes to the conclusion that it would be even better to offer the Ferrari to someone else.
Please go to Kashmir, pray for the world peace and the heaven. Stay like this.
Certainly.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, the example that I gave is just to indicate that we already have glimpses of Ananda, we just have to latch on to it and then just open the floodgates of Ananda. That's all.
Anybody from the panel, I would also like to ask a question. Nidra in yoga and susupti in Vedanta, are they same?
Shall I? So why I speak first is there will be a lot of scope of improvement by the later scholars. The point is, sir, I have written a paper on this. I can share the facets of Nidra from the traditional Sanskrit commentaries. So there are about 15 traditional Sanskrit commentaries on Yoga Sutras, 28 commentaries. I referred to 15 commentaries and then brought out the facets of Nidra. So Nidra and Sushupti to me are, as per the Shastras, are one and the same. Because this, was that the question? Yes, Nidra and Sushupti are one and the same, but the Vedantins and Yogins will not accept the nature of Nidra and the nature of Sushupti. What happens is, Abhava Pratyaya Alambana Vrittir Nidra. So while the Yogins say that Nidra is a vritti, an activity of the mind, while the Vedantins will say no. In Nidra, Sati Sampadhyana Viduhu Sati Sampadhyamaha iti. Means you go into that blissful conscious state and then there is nothing. Na Viduhu, there is no knowledge. You just be with the Atman and then come back the next morning. But the Yogins argue that this is a vritti because on waking up in the morning, you have memory of your sushupti or the deep sleep. Sukham aham aswapsam, nakinchid avedisham, prasannam me manaha. 3 types of recollections of sushupti we will have in the morning when we wake up. If you can observe after waking up in the morning, Sukham aham aswapsam, happily I slept, nakinchid avedisham, didn't know anything. Prasannam me manaha. My mind is very pleasant and ready for the activities today. This is the sattvic memory of Nidra. If you had a sattvika Nidra, sattvika Sushupti, this will be your recollection in the morning. Dukkhamaham aswapsam. Dukkhamaham aswapsam vedana anubhuyate. So, and then Bhramati vacha me manaha. That is, I slept, you wake up, but you wake up with pain. And then, Bhramatyanavasthitam manaha. The mind is not in one place, it's just agitated. You wake up with pain and also you, at the level of the mind, in the body there is pain and at the level of the mind it is Bhramati anavasthitam, being unestablished in anything, it roams around. So this kind of a recollection is a Rajasic recollection of the Sushupti. And then there is a Tamasic also recollection of the Nidra. Gadham mudhoham aswapsam, guruni me gatrani. I slept like a log. And then I didn't know anything. I am numb. My body is heavy. So this kind of a third tamasic experience is there, and everyone is aware that the workings of sattva, rajas and tamas will be there only when the vrittis are active, and hence, so, and recollection is also possible when there was a vritti. If I saw something, I will recollect, or if I experience something, only then I will recollect. So Yogins have a very strong argument that in Nidra there was a Abhava Pratyaya Alambana Vritti which is recollected either in a Rajasic way or a Tamasic way or a Sattvic way. So, and there is a very strong discussion between Vijnana Bhikshu, the commentator, sub-commentator, Vyasa's commentary, sub-commentary Vijnana Bhikshu and Vidyaranya in his text I think Drigdrishya Viveka. So this debate goes on, but as yogins, we will be happy to have Nidra as a vritti, which has Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. If we can attune our lifestyle in a sattvic way, naturally on the next morning when we wake up, we will have a sattvic recollection of the previous night's sleep.
Yes, one more question.
Sorry.
Yoga Nidra can be classified in Pratyahara? In your opinion, of course.
Sir?
In your opinion.
In my opinion, okay. So, the observation on Yoga Nidra first, and then a humble submission on Yoga Nidra, and then whether it can be classified as Pratyahara. As far as I have analyzed the yoga texts, I found the term yoga sukham syat yoga nidritaha. There is one occasion in Hatha Yoga Pradipika where the term yoga nidra is found. There it is as a description of the jivan mukta sthiti that a person attains after the practice of nadhanusandhana. So it is in that context only the word yoga nidra is found. Now in the current day practice, we have a particular method of practicing yoga nidra. And of course, I agree with your view that yoga nidra can be called as pratyahara, because the same model of focusing on, I also practice it a lot, that yoga nidra gives me a lot of relaxation and much needed relief from the stress. And that model of yoga nidra, without being termed as yoga nidra, you find an elaborate description in the Yoga Yajnavalkya Samhita of the 13th century. So hence, very much that yoga nidra can be called as pratyahara. One thing may be differentiated, that in pratyahara, nowhere in the text we find that one has to lie down. So probably if a person does the same practice in somewhat a seated position, it may be called as pratyahara, but when the lying down posture, when it is done, probably it can be termed as yoga nidra. So this is my very observation, but in essence, both can be equated. That's my humble opinion.
But I would like to say that I partly agree and partly disagree. Partly disagree because if pratyahara is withdrawal of the senses, and if that is recommended for a leader, I don't think that it will be it may be equated with yoga nidra, because a leader, by practicing the first 5 angas, it is said that he experiences more energy, he experiences clarity, and if that would have been the state of nidra, now even though it is relaxation, the daily routine of a king bear is a leader. When the leader is practicing yoga and then experiencing that relaxation, it is not more than, say, 1.5 hour or at the most 3 hours session of relaxation. And that session of relaxation, nowhere there is mention of pratyahara and nowhere there is mention of such type of yoga nidra. It is normal sound sleep which is recommended. So my humble submission is that yes, it can be or it may be equated, but usually for the practitioners, when it is pratyahara and withdrawal of the senses and in a way detachment, I don't think that one may equate it with yoga nidra.
One just an addition to it
is just asking, even if it's self-induced, the relaxation. Even if it's self-induced, the relaxation.
Relaxation self-induced?
Yes.
Relaxation self-induced, pratyahara. But Pratyahara, it is not mentioned that while practicing Pratyahara one goes to sleep. That is not mentioned. That is my problem. Because commentary doesn't say that Pratyahara, it means experience. He has mentioned one such thing. But the commentaries which I have referred, I haven't come across where Pratyahara is equated with deep sleep. Maybe my ignorance.
Two observations to just
very short, very short.
Very short.
Conclusion.
One thing is, Yoga Nidra is not sleep in the sense of the previous question, what Nidra was. So Nidra and Yoga Nidra. So probably Nidra means going to sleep, that which we described as Abhava Pratyaya Lambana. What is Yoga Nidra, as beautifully, poetically put by in Champu Ramayana? Nidra Mudram Nikhila Jagati Rakshane Jagarukam. That is the Nidra with awareness. Nidra with absolute awareness is Yoga Nidra, whereas Nidra where you let go everything and you want to retire for a complete rest. So that is Yoga Nidra. And also, Pratyahara is also not simply withdrawal of the senses. When you look into Vyasa Bhashya, it is highly nuanced and there are various layers of Pratyahara. One, there are at least three views on Pratyahara given in Vyasa Bhashya, the primary commentary. What is Pratyahara? I decide on which objects I will get into contact with my senses. That is one level of Pratyahara. Not everything that comes to me, I will get in touch. I have the control over what I want to get into touch. That is also one kind of Pratyahara. Second type of Pratyahara is getting into touch with the senses, whatever has been prescribed by the Shastras, and not going beyond that. That is also, so following the prescribed path of Shastra in experiencing the objects of senses, that is the second level of Pratyahara. And third level of Pratyahara of absolute withdrawal from the objects of senses comes after much practice. So it is a nuanced step-by-step approach into Pratyahara that has been elaborated into in the literature.
So one last short question with a short answer.
Okay, so the clarity with which you pointed out that conditional joy is actually an aspect of Anandamaya Kosha. It just in my whole system created this door where one can actually take the experience, and if you take out the condition but rest with that glimpse and try to make it a little bit lingering or staying with you, that means that would actually create a door to experiencing Anandamaya Kosha. And that's absolutely beautiful. So could you elaborate on that maybe?
I was asked to be brief, but the questioner wants me to elaborate, but I'll try to give a balance in just 2 sentences. The very purpose of that description is, and one more thing is, when we look at the Brahmananda Valli where the limbs of each of the kosha are mentioned, this is the head, this is the tail, this is the right side, this is the left side, this is not to be taken literally, that such a 5-limbed entity of layers we have inside. The commentary clearly says, Upasanartham etat vidhanam. This is for Upasana. In Upasana, there should be steps and methods. You have to have guidance. Visualize this, visualize that, visualize this. This is the center. So it's for visualization purpose. For that, the Panchakoshas are given and hence should not be taken literally. As that such an entity exists within. So that is number 1. Number 2 is that...
long sentences.
Okay. We will continue. Number 2 is...
Give a...
That's what I was... Number 2 is, we will talk outside the hall.
Thank you very much. But it was very interesting, really. Thank you very much to your questions and all your answers. Your knowledge, your insight, I appreciate very much to sit with all of you on stage here and to learn a lot all the day. So thank you very much. We will have now 3 Om, afterwards a short break. At 5 o'clock, be in time, there will be the valedictory ceremony of this special congress. And So there will be some dignitaries' messages and the launching of UC Global Standards of Yoga Teachers Accreditation. So some new points, something you will say about it. Now you have to. So, and I remember you, tonight we will have another great lecture at 7:30 before satsang here at Shivananda Hall with Swami Brahmanishtananda. And after the satsang we will have again some special dance and a great concert with Rambakalanka for inner healing through music and mantras. So be prepared for a great evening, and I wish you now a good break. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Bolo Satguru Shivananda Maharaj ki Jai. Om Bolo Adi Guru Shankaracharya Maharaj ki Jai. Om Bolo Sarva Santana ki Jai.